once YouTube. Hi YouTube. Right. You missed story time. Summary is weather hot, Killer Bin sweaty, London sweatier, here nice, reflecting pool fucked, Trump idiot, Iran expensive, chamois leathers are good at cleaning glasses. The end. I think that's it. Oh, cute animal videos. Yeah, and that too. Yeah, you're totally right. Yeah, so I was working on one of the wrong ships. I forget which one now. I think we just started Tashkent. I got most of the way through Tashkent. Can't remember. But that number over there, which is a 2, should be a 1. But it's quite close, as you can see. Before the stream, it was on 144, I think. So both clans are still actively working towards it. These guys obviously have more of the day ahead of them. But I guess the finish time kind of shortens that a bit for them. But yeah, it's the Canadians and the Americans together. Cart. And they're the only competition, so we need to work on that. Oh, I was going to go in and do the carrier. Someone's working on that. Someone's also covered the 45s. Not from that one. Cog equaling Stefan's stellar effort. It's usually Stefan on the top of the table. We have quite a lot of oil for the clan. Well, I'm waiting for the super container to come in. It's not quite there yet. And I remember where it is. Why does the screen exist? There was nothing flipping wrong with it before. 24 days. In 24 days, we will spend 120,000 on 2 super containers. Be patient. Yeah, the subs are still at 15. The problem with submarines, if it was XP and they were on the bottom bar, I would do it. But damage with submarines is a bit of a gamble because a lot of the time you just don't do anything, you know? Or I don't do anything. So that's a bit of a gamble. I think I would be better off trying to do like 45 in a Dutch cruiser, for example. That's way more likely to happen. But I guess I could give it a go. Because what is it? It's 1530, right? 35, yeah. So maybe just getting everything off the 15 might be cool. Maybe even in co-op, I don't know. Did all my birthday presents arrive? Yes, I think so. Hang on, let me just check. There's a couple of new presents, one of which hasn't arrived yet. I've thanked everyone as far as I know, but usually when I say thank you to people, they're not here. And some people are anonymous, so I can't remember who they were. Your baton light, October? I definitely said thank you to you, but you weren't here, because I remember demonstrating. So you got said thank you to on Friday, but you weren't here. Because you and the gifter of the other light, that's your light being turned on and off. This is other person's light, who I can't remember what it was now. That's the other light. That's your light. This is their light. It's working great. I love these lights. They're really cool. Working great. And hopefully using less elastic trickery. Because the CF bulbs that I normally use are probably quite expensive. I should do a comparison actually. I've got a little plug that you can put in line that tells you how much power something is drawing. I should probably plug that into the CF bulb and then plug it into the batten light and see what the comparison is. Because in theory, these LEDs, they should be much, much lower power. But they do get quite warm. They get surprisingly warm, actually, but there are a lot of LEDs and they are quite bright. So yes, I am very much enjoying the presents, especially the smellies. And I have started... Oh, actually, no, there are two... Yeah, no, there is a couple that haven't arrived yet. One of the sets of jogging bottoms hasn't arrived yet. It's not even been shipped yet, actually. And... Oh, no, the pasta arrived. Yeah, that's marked as ordered, but actually that has arrived. Yeah, two of the sets of jogging bottoms have arrived. I'm wearing one pair right now, which I should not have done because they're quite warm. I should have worn shorts. So there are actually still a couple left to turn up. But everything else I am very much enjoying. I've been really enjoying Long Lance's Eat Natural bars. They're going down great. I did have to send back Hangman's suction cup soap holder, or I will do. When I can eventually drive to the place I have to take it to, which is flipping miles away. Pasta. Yes, I have got a pasta downstairs, tied up. Questioning. Yeah, no, so the way that these are set up now, so they're like, it's like a strip light basically. I've actually essentially velcroed them to the back of the monitors, and because all of the walls in this house are just white, every surface in this house that's painted is white, which is great. And so the lights are stuck to the back of the monitors and just shining at the walls, which are a little bit away from the back of the monitors, and it just makes a perfect like bounce surface because the light's just bouncing off the wall, off the ceiling, and then down. And so it's a lovely, beautiful, diffuse, soft light, and it looks really cool as well. And so it makes a really nice lighting thing. It's not in my face because the problem with the CF bulbs is because they're more sort of concentrated. Even when I bounce them and I can't see them directly, they're still a bit bright. And if I can see them, they're way too bright. And so they were a bit of a problem. Plus, they don't last very long. You left a picture of last night's sunset. The sunset here was quite pretty as well. Oh, wow. What a photo. That's gorgeous. God, you could frame that. That's beautiful. In fact, I might nick that and use that as my desktop wallpaper. Yeah, it's stunning. Good shot. Yeah, you should get that printed and painted and frame it. You want the invention from Gyrogeolus, which is a lamp that makes darkness. Anti-light. Sounds dangerous. Big Ol' Lake Chippewa. Is that the actual name of it? Is the Big Ol' part, is that part of the name? Often called Chippewa flowage or Big Chip. Wisconsin. World-class fishing. An angler's paradise. Whoa, there's a catch record which has stood since 1949. 69 pound, 63.5 inch mussel lunge. I don't know what that is. Your fish are weird. Right. the work at hand. I have 12 attempts. Oh, they pulled two ahead now. Oh man, do I do the submarine? Someone's doing one. I'm gonna need to keep an eye on who's doing what. So Danusa is doing. If you're watching, by the way, and you're doing this with, you know, at the same time I am, please tell me what you're doing, so that we can be, you know, efficient in covering things and not step on each other's toes. So Danusa is doing Russian submarine. What 45s? We've got that 45. We've got these 35s. I could do those. Unless someone else is working through the carriers. Who's done these? Tilted. Tilted, are you still doing those? Because if you are, I'll just leave you to it. You try some cruisers? Okay. So Dutch is on 45. That should be pretty easy in one of the high tier ones. Everything else I think is 50. Apart from these and these, I think everything else now is 55. Yeah. Destroyer 55 plus might be getting a little bit tricky, apart from some of the gunboat ones. You're taking a break? Okay, I might start working on the carriers then in that case. If Danusa is going to do some subs. Not committing you to doing that, Danusa, but if you want to. Yeah, my team got their ass handed to them by Spain. Not surprisingly. Quick exchange just now on the Steam forum. Someone posting the NA only code. Someone saying that he shall be noticed whenever EU gets an exclusive code. One joker answering him that I'm sure there will be a big fuss when France wins its first war. You got Iraq? I think I would rather have Iraq. Yeah, grunt indeed. All right, so American, Russian, German, British are all on 35. So just not the Japanese. So those ones. Well, let's start off with the Americans, I guess, as they're top of the list. Saipan? Or Lexi? I have 172 battles in the Lexington.
Tilted 74 said.
Remember to active your attempts.
Yes, thank you. I would have forgotten that. Yeah, that symbol has definitely changed since the last update. I swear. Even if the mechanics haven't changed. Seas nuts. Thank you, Tilted. Right. They're 2 ahead. Not for long. We're coming for you, Canadians and Americans. Get off our server. Get your own server. Oh, can we put DK? Oh, no, it's not 10-9. The Americans are not correct. Exactly. My point. Exactly. Right. Right, Archibald, you're up. Let's make sure you're not going to get different. I'm assuming it's just because it's a proof of concept for the technology, Seabang, and the reception. Because probably there's quite a lot of work to make it work with all of the different types of ships at all the different tiers. And so if they do tier 9, they don't have to worry about submarines. They don't have to worry about carriers. They don't have to worry about how it interacts with planes. And so that's probably why. And then if it goes down well and people interact with it well, then they'll do it. I don't know, Yak. I have no idea. Just skill, I guess. Atlas, thank you. Let's go. 35k. Keep an eye on the temperature. I've got a fan blowing air through the door. Oh, it's working great. Since I started streaming, which usually makes the PC pump out quite a lot of heat, it's gone down 1.5 degrees in here since I set up the fan. That's great. Working fantastically. Physics in action.
If you don't let the girl go, I will track you down, I will find you, and I will kill you.
I'm using the Venturi effect to my advantage. Ooh, lots of big targets. Oh, I don't have to chase destroyers. I love it when I don't have to chase destroyers. I might have to chase one destroyer, but one destroyer is fine. I might have to take next week off and drink Aperols. Yeah, that would be fair enough. We were saying, I don't know if you were here earlier, Bruce, but I was saying how this week's heat where you are is going to be much worse than it was 2 years ago because of the humidity. So it's going to feel bleh for you. All right, 35k. Yeah. It's humid here as well, but it's not as hot. It's quite pleasant here, actually. It's only really going to be like 24 hours when it's a bit sticky. Should be fine. Rochester. Bismarck. Has he just flown straight into those fighters? Kinda has. Are they gonna do their job? Yes, good, okay. Right, I mustn't forget that I'm doing damage, not winning or XP. Playing for the clan, I'm not playing for me or my team. Great design, Wargaming, great design. So I killed off 5 of his planes. Those probably won't get there in time, but they might stop him harassing the Aki. Why doesn't plane damage count as damage? Yeah, that's a good point. Alright, let's overfly, presumably the Lightning, and then try and go for the Rochester. Hello! Actually, I might drop you, because you're sad right there. Oh, you're gonna smoke? That's nice. Have some tours. Hmm? 7k off you. I do want to go and chase the Lightning. That Amalfi's being kind of brave. And I would like him to not be quite so brave. Alright, this lightning smoke. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Talon's got the radar. He's right on the edge, but he just shot out of the smoke. Beautiful. Enemy carrier seems to be doing something sneaky or being AFK.
Hello.
Hello. And you can try to dodge. Team, can we convert? Can we convert?
This will be a high G maneuver.
I haven't had that for a while.
Burn.
Please remember, it's only arson if it's from the French region of Arson. Otherwise, it's just sparkling fire.
He's still alive. Malfi's dead, that's good. What is the enemy carrying? Oh, he's over there now, okay. He didn't appear for a long time. I was slightly worried that he was doing some kind of down the side and round thing. Alright, Aki's gonna get the cap. Maybe go to B? It's not looking too healthy, that's good. Whilst numbers is up again, it's like a pogo stick. Alan, will I find the lightning? Hi, Captain K1. Good job. Alrighty, let's go find out where the carrier is. I'm sure that he's up here somewhere. Is he behind the island or is he over there? Tomato, yeah, that was a great resource occasionally. Oh, there he is. Carolina should have a shot on that. Oh, no, I can't. I know I can't. I need to... Oh, shit, the match is going to end. Feck. I need to do 10k. Oh, fuck. I was going to say, oh, NC, I'll spot the Shikaku for you. But if he kills the carrier, we win. And I don't get my damage. No, 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 no. Quick, 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 quick. I need to take some damage off this Monarch. Fuck. Sorry, clan. That team was too effective. And I enabled them by getting the lightning. Oh, man. That sucks.
You are fined 1 credit for a violation of the verbal morality statute.
Carrying less hard. I know, I literally spotted ourselves to... I spotted the destroyer. Which helped us win, because then they didn't have any points coming. Yeah, dress rehearsal. Yeah, indeed. They should... Oh, I've just thought of a microtransaction. Wargaming could sell... like, what would you call it? Like, guarantees. So for like 100 doubloons, you get like a... Oh, that didn't count. I didn't mean to enable that. Give me my attempt back. Yeah, you could buy mulligans and call them mulligan tokens. What is this? Oh, decal. They could, it doesn't have to be a money thing. They could make it a clan resource thing. So if your clan has worked for oil, you could spend the oil on mulligans. Mermaid? Pretty swanky. Sponsors, yeah, I don't know whether that will ever come. Maybe collaboration decals. That is very likely to come, I think. Mullibins.
Great time, it's great time, it's a great old time when it's great time.
Matching. Soggaburger, by the way. This will be the stream where Tiger doesn't come and say hi. Or Mary.
Super container!
Cole. Thank you for your assistance, Chanch.
Where are they, Wargaming?
Sog... Sogglburger Marangana. That's hard to say. Say that quickly. Sogglburger Marangana. Sogglburger. It's a bit creased. And I probably have sweaty armpits. Yes, I found it and moved it towards the top of the t-shirt pile. But it's a little bit creased from being in a vacuum. I vacuum packed all my clothes. And so the ones that haven't been through the wash yet are kind of a bit creased. Is that another super container in there? No, what? Why was that yellow? It was lying to me. Okay. Should we try that again, but this time without the crushing defeat of the enemy? Sorry, can't kill it. It's just sent me something related to what we were talking about earlier. It's a Blue Sky post. So the Guardian newspaper is a British newspaper. Both totally unnecessary and extremely funny that the Guardian newspaper has an interactive graphic for you to change the color of the US's flag, blue, to the color of the reflecting pool from the 8th to the 19th of June and counting. Oh, that is hilarious. That's great. Yeah, that color does not work. You need a link. I don't think this post actually has the link in it. Hang on. But you can probably find it. It's on the Guardian website, apparently. Yeah, this post doesn't have the original. Oh, there it is. I think. Trouble is, Guardian is all like paywalled and whatever, but that's the Guardian link. But Guardian is kind of horrendous for. Please go past our paywall. Oh, it isn't? Well, it certainly pops up and asks you for money when you go there. Denmark is buying Oh, yeah, they are buying California. How's the purchase going? Make sure you get some good stuff out of it. Make sure you get some Lego. And if you don't already have one, make sure they make you a Legoland. You have to have Legoland LA. Lagoland, if you will. Oh yeah, no, it has to be Lagoland. Legoland, but the first two letters are LA. Lagoland. No, not Lagoland. That's different. Oh, there is a Legoland. Interesting. yeah, I went to the original one when it was the only one. I have been there. At least I think it was the only one. Wherever it is in Denmark, yeah. I was quite small. I think I was 7. There is an enormous blue bottle in my room now. They have no sense of personal space. And no sense of direction. And no brakes. I can just hear it hitting things. Will you please stop running into my monitors? Now, go that way. Yes, cock. Damage? What? Damage, yeah, not winning. Well, they have a TTT Johnston, so I'm hoping that that will help them not just lose. So hopefully that player will be reasonably competent and will not let the team just fold. Pretty cool that you can steer the planes while on this map. Never really done this before. Right. Damage. Thank you for the streaks, by the way. I did notice some of the big ones earlier. 665 from Colder Me. I think TC had a pretty enormous one as well. Alright, let's give people a chance to shoot the Yamato, and then we'll maybe set a fire. Oh yeah, yours was huge. What was yours? I think you might be like on the joint max right now. Not sure what the max is. TC, I think TC might be ahead because TC yesterday I think said he was like 3 away from another one. I think TC might be the max. But I'm going to change that anyway. I'm going to change it soon. I've been thinking about how to do that. I'd like to make it not punish you for missing a stream, you know. I'll do my own version. 160. Windsor Safari Park. I also have been to Windsor Safari Park when it was a safari park. $164? Yeah. I think that might be as well. So Colder Me has got 165, so that might be the max. Not that I care. Yak's on like 2. There's something in here. Oh, Johnston just died. Oh, no. That's bad for us not just winning.
Hydrate.
I can't, I need my fingers. Can't reach out and I can't hydrate. Get out of my cap. Nice bit of lag. Oh, this team. Okay, I guess I'm going over there then. I hate this map for carriers. I love this. This is my favorite map, but I hate it with carrier. I need this person not to come in to see. Because you have to get... There's a few maps like this. Neighbors is another one. Where you have to guess which flank your team is not going to surrender. Because if you get that wrong, you're just going to be there in front of the enemy. And there's nothing that you can do about it. It's really easy to get spotted. You can be shot by the battleships from most of the map, especially if you're bottom tier and a tier 8. And so it's very, very likely that you're going to get spotted. Even if you try to move, you're going to get spotted and get shot at by the battleships because they can just shoot you. And depending on the matchmaking, that can be fatal. And so you can die super, super quickly if you're not careful. Or even if you are careful. And so I'm having to be like, okay, this big blob push here, are they going to win? And I have to come over here, because if I stay in the middle, I can be shot at by the battleships from both flanks, which is even worse. So you have to choose a flank. Where, and this, you know, this is looking more certain than most teams. And the worst case scenario is when both teams lose. Because normally in the carrier, you have quite a long time before you actually get pressured directly. But on these maps, you just immediately get pressured. Because especially if the carrier comes and spots you, because they know you're in range of their battleships. You can just die. Well, I would drop the Brandenburg, but... fighters. See, the carrier is quite likely to spot me here, and the Yamato might take a pot shot at me. That's fine, I can tank a couple, but... if that happens too often, especially if the carrier then knows where you are and actually actively and notices that you've been shot at, and they actively try to spot for their team, can get very dangerous very quickly. Alright, Yami, can you take these not on your belt, please? At least some of them? Got the bar! Got the bar. Those torps, I'm probably gonna hit the buffalo, so I'll drop these anyway. Back for the Brandenburg. It's probably gonna die. Alright, now let's look over to this other flank. So there's a CAG I can potentially spot. Then I want to go back and maybe just check if the Implacable is still there, so these guys maybe can take shots at it. First of all, I just want to find this CAG and find out where he's gone. Or we can lose a lot of planes going into the Sherman, but I might actually... oh, no, he's... maybe. Oh, CAG's there, okay. Ow. Bullshit. Bullshit. We like the water. Alright, let's go and find out where the carrier's gone. Maybe harass this Vermont because he's got everyone's broadside as they push into B. There it is, get it. I love how everyone is shooting the Implacable and completely ignoring the Vermont. Actually, they're not. Ooh. 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 Let's make sure he doesn't go dark. I don't think he can, actually. I assume someone else is going to shoot the Implacable, right? Right? Someone else is going to shoot the Implacable. It's going to happen, right? Yeah, good. Oh, I pressed that button way too late. Well, we're going to be over the bar, but not by much. You're not doing the subs anymore, Denusa? Maybe I'll have a look. Yeah, 35, yeah. Yeah, I'm over now. I'm not daring enough to sit half naked. You're assuming I've never done that when it's been hot. How would you know? You got the bars? Yeah, that's cool. I'll see if I can pick up a couple. I'm not gonna go past 35. If there's still 215s, I might try them. But I need to look at my submarine win rate. Because a lot of my submarines are sitting on 50. Team. I don't know whether you'd noticed, but I'm now alone with a Vermont. This is, inconvenient. Oh no, there's an article. Oh, did I just take off with an empty squadron? Kinda. Is this throwable? Probably not. He's gonna turn out for the tops. Oh my god, how have we not won yet? Stainy, and Stainy, hi. I don't even have to look. One pen. Okay, cool. Thanks, Piper. I didn't understand that. Thanks for explaining that.
One morning, I shot an elephant in my pajamas. How he got in my pajamas, I don't know.
Yeah, the rhythm on that one was pretty good. Yesterday, you were a bit, off kilter. Because it was like, did it. Did. Today was more like, dick, dick, dick. Cool. Okay, so... 2 points ahead. Beautiful. Good job, team. So Denise's got those two up to there, so I might try and do those two potentially. We'll come to that a bit later. The teams, oh, as long as you get the damage. You don't have to, but the beauty of this is we don't have to win. And frankly, if the team loses, you're more likely, if you're a competent player, you're more likely to get high damage. Because you're going to survive long enough to do it. For me, I know that a losing team is the best way for me to get bars on this. And as demonstrated earlier, a team that just wins is terrible. A Russian. Now the Russians is difficult because my Russian carry is not so much. The only one I can do is the Chkalov B. I'm pretty sure that is a 1-game lead. Yeah, so if I screw this game up, there are no Russian carriers that I can use. Oh, unless, hang on, do I have... Yeah, my Nakimov is also on 50, and my Serov is on 52. Yeah, if I win, it's +2. That is true. Is technically true. Screw it, let's do it. Oh, reading. Yeah. January the 3rd, 1777. My loving mother. I write to you now with better news that I have had from some time. The drilling has gone as well as could be hoped. We have found a seam of coal, and better than I expected, because there's also oil. They have set me again among the men, and I am to march with them tomorrow. I have thought often of what I wrote to you before, and find I am not so full of words now as I once was, despite the fact that this letter appears to be the longest one so far. A man may speak easily of liberty when he has not yet been made to pay for it. I know the price now, and I believe I do not wish it to be any cheaper. When I come home to you, it shall not be with empty hands. You shall be a free woman, mother, not in my name only, but in truth. That is still my wish, and I hold to it. P.S. The road lies before us, and I shall march until my shoes are worn through again. In my eco character voice? No. Oh, this is the bit that Painsaw screenshotted for me. Oh god, the aberration. Why? They didn't even have video cameras. Why is there chromatic aberration? It doesn't make it look historical, it just makes it look shit. It's a real shame, because this is really nice artwork, and they're just ruining it. Why? Why is it like this? Declaration of Independence, July the 4th, 1776, despite the fact that the story just got us to 1777. I click that, it's going to play the thing again, right? Oh, that was a 2, not a pause. That symbol looked like a pause button. Available in 3 days. Okay. No more reading. Joint Forces Command. What's bad about Joint Forces Command? Right. Better win. 35. Let's go. If we lose, the only Russian carrier I have that is mission capable, I think even my 4 is on 50 anyway, it will be my tier 6. And I'm pretty sure that is also on +1. So I am 2 losses away from having no Russian carriers that I can do naval battles in. Bottom tier. Yay. I'm going to try not to lose. Oh, Haggis, don't pull that heartstring. How? Oh, that's mean. Can't believe you would emotionally blackmail me like that. Why is it so dark? Can't flip and see. Uh-huh. Okay. Gustav Pommern. That's a division. Stalin. Chkalov is pushing, that's interesting. He will not make this run. Where's he gonna go? Right, let's try and help these guys with the stationary Stalingrad. If they go that way and he goes that way, might be able to take a shot at that. Oh, the Stalingrad's coming out. If I wasn't going for damage, I would go for the destroyer. Not that I'm going to get through because it's a Stalingrad. Oh, this is going to suck. These planes are terrible for survivability in a tier 10 match. think my only viable target is the Hipper. Maybe the Honoree if I can get around the island, not have the AA going off. Ugh. I'm waiting for these guys to kind of turn up so I know like what way this is likely to rotate. Yeah, I might be able to drop this Honoree. Okay, Gustav's there. Pommen's there. Okay, so I'm going to lose all my planes again. Yay. I'm not going to do anything this match. I'm going to do absolutely nothing. Because the Chikala... maybe the Chikala was separated from them very slightly. Maybe I'll be able to drop him. See if I can find him. Because I just can't get near anything. My secondaries, I don't think I'm going to get 35k with the secondaries. Unfortunately, the side that's winning is the side where there's not much cover. And so I can't really... get close. It's entirely possible that I might end this match with 0 damage. Okay, he's gone to the island. It's going to make him tricky to drop, unfortunately, so I might have to go for the Stalingrad. I wonder if Missouri can lob that. Bit fun. Oh, it's too dark, I can't see. Oh, we're off the starting blocks. It's completely pointless using fighters against a Russian. Stalingrad's going to pop to FAA, and I am going to lose all these planes. This is impossible. Like the worst possible matchmaking. If he stays on that line or turns a little bit out, I might be able to get him with these, because I don't have to fly quite so far into the AA. How did I just cancel my... I didn't mean to do that. Don't fly over the island. Oh my god, I got a drop off. Got a fire, is it gonna stick? It's sticking. Ooh, there's a ruin that separated itself from the herd. Still burning. He's healing. So now I need to try and stop the team from just losing before I can get the damage. Okay. I guess I'll go for this guy. It's being radarred by the Missouri. There's nothing else inside that AA bubble. I should be able to get a drop. The Missouri's going to die. He's turning the corner, but it doesn't really matter because my drop reticle is around anyway. £5. Okay, 26. So he survived. Fletch is right in front of him. Oh god, I've got to get 9k before the team loses, and this is going to be my last match in a Russian carrier. Ever. I can do it? No, I can't. I can do the damage. This is, you're watching my last match in a Russian carrier ever, unless a new one comes out. So from now on, someone else is going to have to do the Russian carrier naval battle things. Not my problem anymore. Train an apprentice. Oh, the boost recharges so slowly on these. Currently, yes. I had to drop those super early and I missed. I guess I have to go for the Pommern. I don't know how much he's got on him. He should have enough. Triplets, he's probably going to turn in. I'm hoping that he's... No, he's going to turn in. Fuck. This tier, this is the only armament I can really get a good drop-off with. Make your mind up. Make a decision. Are you turning towards the encounter or the middle? Because right now you're heading for an island. There you go. Hey, did it. We, however, are not going to win. How the hell do I drop an Henri with these in the middle? Is there even a line I can fly over that's not over the islands? Yeah, maybe. Keep using up my boost and not getting it back because these recharge so slowly. Oh, he's going to be right over the end of the island. Is it gonna let me? Oh no, it will. Cool. So this is now on 50. I didn't want to play the Russian carriers anyway.
Pishposh and Poppycock stats. You can still play Soviet aircraft carriers, just not in random games. Smiley face.
It's alright, eventually they'll bring out a new one. I can live in hope. Fuck it. It's just me now. They only lost 4 ships. That matchmaking was horrendous. These planes are very not tanky, and they are so slow. And their AA situation was awful. Lucky bastard. Excuse me, game. I clicked the map. Don't start ignoring clicks now. Thank you. You little bastard. Well, bye, Chkalov. I didn't enjoy you anyway. You're welcome, clan. I have sacrificed my penultimate Russian carrier for you. Where to find allies? Not in that team. Yes, so the only Russian carrier I have that will count towards naval battles oh, my Komsomolets is actually on 100, ironically. Is Seraph. Right. Germans, Brits. And we are now 11 ahead. We could do Parzival, or we could do Richthofen, or we could do Immelmann. I do like an Immelmann. You dropped a point? Yeah, me too. Take good intelligence. $35 and an Immelman. Tricky stuff? Not really. I mean, 35 in a carrier shouldn't be too difficult.
Slowly I turned, and step by step, inch by inch.
Bunty. Sansonetti and Barbiano, nice. All right. Got a Haku. Shouldn't be too bad. Haku has a brain. Excuse me, game. What the hell was that? The actual hell was that? Did a little bit of render lag, I think, maybe. The feck? 6 ships appeared simultaneously and all started shooting at me, but I started receiving the flak before they rendered. The hell? It's not cricket. Oh, I hit him with all 4, that's nice. That Takahashi is now my friend. The new stealth tech? Yeah, apparently. Some kind of jamming technology. Alright, well, there's something in the smoke screen. It's the Halford. Let's have a little bit of a gamble, shall we? Oh, he stopped. It's the decal technology? It could be. There you are. Carrier, please leave these two alone. Nottingham, are you coming in here? I think you might be coming in here. Let's just check, shall we? Nope, he's not coming in. Okay. Okay, so Halford is now around by the Yamato somewhere. Yamato's still up there. I might be able to use this island as a bit of a sneak. Let's have a look. Oh, hi. Alright. I missed 2 of them? It's an entire freaking Yamato. How did you manage that? This team is not doing great. I think they could do with a little bit of spotting. Make him go around. Hi. It was you that I was hoping to see briefly. One pen. Haku, are you coming for me? Could you not do that? I'm tempted to dive into B, frankly, but I think those two are about to come through that gap. Yeah, there's no way this is gonna be a win. I just need to grab my damage. Needs 3 of any 5.5. A couple of torps and a Nottingham should do that. Keep reversing. The back 2 should hit you. If you stop and go forwards, the front 2 should hit you. Or 1. Teeny bit more. You're just gonna reverse, huh? Alright. Oh, you dick. Did you just... Nope, you didn't. Got it. Got it. You got the damage in the Dutch and the Prince? Nice. Yeah, we should have a pretty good lead now. He's having fun? Well, he's the only target that's a viable because I'm not dropping a Montana. He'll eat me for breakfast. Yeah, this is... I'm going to end up in the corner. Ugh. Alpha's back in the cap. It's not expecting the Nottingham to do that. So we'll take advantage of that. Are you going to turn towards me? You're not currently turning towards me. Unfortunately, this is not going to be a great drop because I think it's going to have to be a direct drop. I even going to reach this Montana? Probably not. The team is The team is long since melted. Although I do notice those two have a lot of hit points.
Hydrate.
Name my fingers right now. Problem with carriers, they're worse than destroyers for not being able to use my hands. Helm, what are you talking about? It's not safe for work. Oh, the German name for the ship. I don't know. Is it racist? If it's sexual, I'm not so worried. If it's like geopolitical, I might not want to imagine. Something. Oh yeah, if it's genitals, go for it. That's fine. Pimmelman, that's nice. Is that a historical thing, or is that just players for WoWs? Is that like Pepsi Cola? Or is that a thing from history? Ugh. Oh, I got the bar. It's a WoW's now. Well, normally, Immelman is good, but not that time. Nope, not a single kill. Ooh states. Actually, that says ooh stat es. I don't even know what this is. Oh, it's a collection. 60? It's a 1-to-1 though. Okay. Game, can I scroll? Thank you. What the hell is going on today? Okay, so Brits, and then I'm free from the carrier tyranny, potentially. Although we might go and do these two, which is going to be even more depressing. Yes, I am aware of the Immelman maneuver. Chat taught me about that when I was playing War Thunder. They're like, you know that thing you keep doing? That's called an Immelman. Not with those containers, Helm, but there is another couple of containers which do have a drop chance. But I think one of them is money only. So these ones is doubloons or cash. I don't think you can get any of these for free. But I think there is a different container that has also some ships in it. That's not the collection one. But how you get those, I'm not entirely sure. It'll be in the news articles. All right, and then finally the artillery crate, yeah. Brits. We got Ocean, we got Implacable, we got Indomitable, we got Colossus. What was that again?
Helen was subbed for 64 months total at tier 3.
Edward Gordon, why do you have 2 points left? Why? What? What? Huh? Why are you sitting on 21 points with 2 points? What? Helen, thank you very much for the 64 months and the tier 3. That is very extremely kind of you. Thank you so much. I always go like, oh, 64. That's not a milestone. But thank you very much. The sky outside right now is beautiful. It's like which painter is it? Is it? I can never remember. It's Monet or Manet. Like from Open Your Eyes, Abre los Ojos, the 2 films, and The Simpsons. Hang on. No. Monet. Yeah. The sky outside right now. Hang on. No. Oh my god. Not exactly like this because this is not where I am, but the sky outside right now looks a bit like that. It's very pretty. Minus the island. Right. I can't be bothered to figure out why Edward is missing 2 points. So let's play. What was Ocean? Oh yeah, Ocean's the one with the 2 tax squads. I quite like that one. You've got Torps, and then you got HE rockets and bomber. Yeah, I like this one. But it's slow, if I remember correctly. Yeah, okay. It's slow, but pretty good concealment. And it has smoke, yeah. All right. 35,000 damage. Oh, I just remembered something from Storytime that I forgot to talk about briefly. So I'm extremely casually learning Welsh at the moment. And I'm at the stage where most of it is just vocabulary. And yesterday, holy crap, this sky is beautiful. Would you like to see? I can probably arrange that. Hang on. Give me a second, because I have to get stuff ready on my phone. And I have to open the blinds. There's gonna be a bit of reflection from the lights. Actually, no, there's not, because I can turn them off because they got flipping switches. Oh, that is so amazing. Okay. That is great. October, if you're still here, thank you so much for the lights. Oh, is this going to come through? Unfortunately, my camera is going to be a little bit on the light side. I wonder if in this app, can I change the camera settings? I can. Camera controls. Lock focus and exposure, autofocus and exposure enabled. No, and yet off. Hang on. How do I? This app lets me lock the focus and exposure, but doesn't let me set the focus and exposure. So the problem I'm having right now is the foreground is very dark and the sky is very light. And so the sky is blown out and the foreground is too dark. And so it's not showing anything that I want to show. So I'm just trying to figure out how to make the sky look nice. Hang on. It's not doing it justice at all, but let me show you. That is not what it looks like. No, the colors are not. The colors on there are completely blown out. To me, it's much, much more colorful. Those oranges are much, much deeper. Oh well, you get the idea. No, Chris, it's just because in that app, I don't seem to have, unless I haven't figured it out yet, I don't seem to have access to the controls that I would do. If I was using the native phone camera application, I can just stick it in like full manual mode and I've got full control over everything. And I could make it look really good. But in that app, I don't seem to have access to those controls. Despite the fact that it lets me lock the exposure, it doesn't let me change the exposure. I must be missing something. Maybe there's an option I can turn on. I haven't used that app very much. What grumbles is to following game quest stats is to completing a story in story time. Yeah, true. I wish I had a good place to set up a camera, like a good camera, because the sky here is really pretty. Because it's almost never just completely clear sky, which means this time of night is usually quite pretty. Right. 35k, assuming no one's sniped me on it. 35k in an ocean. Let's go. Also, Tiger Sog over there. So, or just Sog, as it is at the moment. Sog, Tiger, Sog. That's probably something rude in Norwegian. Sog. I guess it would be so. Is the G hard or is the G soft? Suckable? No, it's a Sogglebugger. G in front of an L is hard. Okay. In front of a J is soft. Is that the only two positions that G is allowed to be in Norwegian? In front of an L or in front of a J? Oh, yeah. No, sorry. I was... that wasn't what I was not going to talk about. But as I was talking about that, when I talk about things that aren't game related, I tend to look left. And I got distracted by the sunset. The thing I was going to tell you, I'm very casually learning a bit of Welsh. And a lot of what I'm learning at the moment is vocabulary. And yesterday I learned the Welsh word for ironing, as in ironing your clothes. The Welsh word for to iron is smoothio. In Welsh, you smooth your clothes. They've just borrowed the English word to smooth and made it into a verb. So the Welsh for ironing is smoothio, which is fantastic, particularly as where I've just moved from, smoothing is the verb for to stroke a dog. So petting a dog, or stroking a dog, as you would say in most places in England, in where I came from, is smoothing. So in the West Country, people will say, "Would you like to smooth my dog?" Microwave is not Pop-de Ping, if that's what you're thinking about. That is the nick. That's like the child's nickname for it. It's not the actual word. That is a common misconception. All right, 35k. Let's go. Concentration. Oh god, there's so many destroyers. I didn't want to go all the way around here. Hey, Benny. I'm gonna make you 10. Nice. And he turned broadside. Nice.
Steve underscores Edris sub
Steve.
46 months total in
I need those frames. Currently doing very delicate aiming. You did that on purpose. And yeah, I still hit all three. In your face, Steve. Thank you very much, Steve, for attempting to sabotage my drop on that Venezia. Thank you very much for 46. Right, there's the Marceau who thinks it's being sneaky, but I would like to kill the Benny. Oh, the Benny's still flooding, actually. Well, Marceau doesn't have smoke, so I'm assuming that that's the black. You gonna back into that smoke screen, are you? Well, your choice. Hey, Black. You appear to have left your smoke screen. Now you've chosen to leave the smoke screen, because now it's got torpedoes in it. Have some more torpedoes. Oh, and those torpedoes, but I don't think those can hit you. Can they? Oh, no, they can. Beautiful. Right. Next on my list of ships I want to get killed. Drunk Chief in the Jaeger. Actually, let's despawn these fighters. Brrr. Hey Bart. Nehernet, hello. That's a fun name to say. Nehernet sounds like an Egyptian pharaoh. Yeah, turn that way. No, don't turn that way. Oh, those bombs. Those bombs are insane. Alright, Junk Chief. Oh, I'm 300 short. Okay, let's go and find the Venny. I like pee-pee time. Oh, man. That's a great name.
Is Bert Kingdom Brunel resubbed for 68 months totally?
Blah, blah, ow. Oh, God. That was 14 frames per second. Thanks very much for nearly taking me offline. 68 months. 68 months and a flipping tier 3. Happy Monday. Thank you very much. Of course, the one time that I actually want to smoke something, I don't have the planes where I can do that. Oh, he's got his own smoke. Beautiful. Stream stopped for me. Just let alone you. Stopped for me. I'm finally getting towards a point where I might actually be able to change those now. Because I've finally got around to actually sorting out the front room, and once I've sorted out the front room, I can put the stuff that's currently in the music room downstairs and actually have a music room. So we're getting there. I am getting to a point where I've nearly sorted my life out. To a point where I can start doing those things. Oh, I did some playing around with the indoor, inside the house streaming setup. Unfortunately, it can't support two, at least with the kit I currently have, it can't support two 1080p cameras because the USB bus can't handle it. So I can do two 720 cameras. But one thing that I could do is the way that I'm showing you outside on my desk on my phone, I could do that with a spare phone that I have and get, he's gonna die. And get a network video feed from a phone camera. And that way I could have two 1080 things. Skidakami always has a smoke when I have a smoke and doesn't have a smoke when I don't have a smoke. We are out of sync. Well, we're gonna win. I haven't got much damage, but we're gonna win. That of us. Oh god, okay, fine, I'll go for the outer tower. Can I reach the outer tower? Yeah. I think. Yeah. Didn't do any damage, but okay, cool. At least I'm helping. Yeah, so if I'm just using a camera connected to the laptop, currently it can only do one camera. Although there is maybe a way that I can see if one of the other ports is connected to a different USB controller. But currently I don't have the kit to be able to do that. I need an extra USB hub with a different connector. But I can definitely do a network camera with my spare phone. So we could try that. And that would actually make it easy for me to like pick up the camera and show things to you, which might be handy. Because it's much easier to pick up a phone than pick up a webcam. Because I can unplug the phone. Got enough CP. What is C? Channel points? No, can't be. Community points. Oh, do you mean my redeem for the community points for the thingy, for the pack? Oh, do it. Yeah, do it. I've no one's redeemed that for ages, so I've actually got quite a few points at the moment. Because you're the only one who ever does that, and so I got down to like not having enough to get one, but no one's redeemed that for months, so it's back up to a reasonable number. So go for it. Bastards, Red. What does fufu mean? Isn't that an African food? Fufu. Which I've always wanted to try, but I've never had the chance. Oh. So do you want to do it, Dinosaur? Should we get you a thingy? It's like, have you had it, Reds? Because it's the, I'm not sure what is it made with? Is it like, it's like semolina, right? What's it made with, though?
Shipmate Dionys would like you to purchase a crate pack.
Oh, cassava. Yeah, yeah. Boiled plantains and cassava. And it makes like this like sticky kind of gelatinous ball, and then you like break off a piece and then use it to scoop up the whatever you're having with it. I've always wanted to try it. I'm pretty sure it also has Danusa, yeah, but I'm trying to be classy. Veteran pack. Yeah, I'm back up to 40k. It went down to almost nothing. But we're back up there. What's veteran pack? There we go. And as that's your first purchase in a while, Danusa, I'm going to give it to you for free. If I can find your reading.
Pork markets.
Good luck. Skype, thank you very much for the raid. We're about to get Danusa a ship. Yeah, no, it's fine, Danusa. Yeah, no one's redeemed that for a long time. All right, I have a guaranteed drop in 51. I think I've recently got a ship. I think one of the last ones I opened was a ship. Sadly, not you. 33 XP. Okay. See what I get. 1.5 million credits. What is the compensation in these crates? Hang on. I'm pretty... Oh, and I think in these ones, the compensation is the same as one of the drops, and so you can't actually tell which one it is. I think. If I remember, not drops. Drop rates. Yeah. Skype, thank you so much for the raid. Sorry, I'm just in the middle of trying to work something out. Veteran. Oh, no. So the, but I was right. So the compensation is 1,000 doubloons, but one of the drop things is also, there's a 1 in 20 chance of getting 1,000 doubloons, and so you can't actually tell whether you got 1,000 doubloons or whether you got compensation for a ship. You got Takachi in the crate? Can that drop that? I thought you said you got thingy. Oh no, that's not out of that crate. Where'd you get Takachi from? No, I know another crate for CTCs. Is it any good? It's very explodey, as Templar says. I don't remember if I liked it or not. I'll be totally honest. But I do remember it was not very survivable. Skype, how was Kerbal? I was watching some space videos earlier about water. Atlanta, yeah. Japanese Atlanta. I think when it came out, people were calling it Japlanta. Furulanta, there you go. Okay. Fairyland. Alright, so we are now kicking their butts. 14 ahead, lovely. That's upgrades. Everything down here is at least 55. Most of it's up to 65 now. Beautiful.
I'm off.
Bye, Ben. So maybe we try, maybe. Let me have a look. So German and British submarines. I don't know whether I have any that I can actually play. It was interesting. Your shuttle accidentally struck a space station while doing a burn to go to the moon. And I think led to another, it turned into a small rescue operation in orbit around the moon. Well, that sounds interesting. What were the chances of you hitting the space station? Isn't that a bit like blindly throwing a baseball into a field that has someone standing in it and you manage to hit the person? Right, so submarine. British and German. So we got 2501. U190, U69. Pretty much. More like a county, yeah. 650 hours. Well, that's not a bad rate then. Seal, yeah, I'm going to do the Germans first. Although none of these are particularly high. But ignore the win rates because none of them are particularly high numbers of battles because I don't play submarines. And so the most battles I have in any of these is 26 in a 4501, and that's just because I couldn't get it to 50, and so it took me a long time. The ones that have the high numbers are just the ones that I struggled with because I don't play submarines. I don't like them. I don't want to play them. Let's do U69 and see if we can find a feckless battleship player. Hey, Kazi. Am I not using any of the recommended skills upgrades? Okay, we might actually reset this build because the last time I played this was before a significant number of changes that have been made to the game. And also after me playing not a significant amount of submarines, but a bit more submarines. So let's also have a look at the opinions. Those who profess to know. German subtree. So the Help Me Discord recommends one of these. They recommend all the coal upgrades basically. One of those, because I think you have a 9K, right? Yeah. And then how long's that last one? 60 seconds. Oof. And they recommend submarine steering gears. And then on the captain, so they don't quite agree with wargaming, which is interesting. Let's give that an extra bit of points as well. So wargaming would have you take that, but they reckon this. They think that, which is interesting given that they also want you to min-max the maneuverability with the upgrade. That makes sense. So they reckon that, which is kind of similar. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Yeah, so Enigma, sorry, I didn't realize that you didn't know. So I set myself a challenge. This is not what we're doing today. So what I'm doing today is trying to help the clan win naval battles because we were tied for the top of the group. But the thing that I'm having to consider as I go through and play ships is to make sure that I don't play a ship which is at 50%, which will then drop under 50%, because then that uncompletes it for my challenge, which is this challenge that Temple has just put in chat. And so I'm trying to get every single one of my ships from all the tiers, all the classes, the entire game, like nearly 1,000 ships, to at least a 50% off at least 10 battles, which is not a particularly difficult bar in terms of the skill level, but the volume is insane. Because before I even start, 1,000 ships is 10,000 battles. Just doing 10 on each. And I've completed more than 950 ships. So I've spent at least 9,500 games doing this challenge. It has taken me 4 years. I'm nearly caught up, but not quite. And so because there's new ships coming out all the time, I'm constantly playing catch up. And I'm just like nibbling away at the number of ships that are left gradually. I'm sort of sub 30 at the moment. Yep, all tiers, all classes. Yep. And so of all of the players of World of Warships globally, I probably have the widest experience of playing different ships. Because I've played at least 10 battles in almost every ship that's been released. And the only other people who probably come close to that are testers. Evan is always watching, not on Sundays. On Sundays, I can say what I like. This is where he pops up in chat. Okay. And yeah, I don't recall most of them, because how the hell am I supposed to remember 950 ships? Yeah, well, I mean, I do. There are some ships that I play quite a lot. I don't have to just do wronged. I'm allowed to have some fun. Why can't submarines have 2 flags? No fun, only wrong? No. That's quite smart. Let's go with that. It looks like a turd. Okay, so I need to get at least 15,000 in a submarine. So how much do these do? 7,533. So realistically, I'm going to need to get at least 3 torpedoes on something. Ooh. 3 torpedoes. They have 11.5 range, 50-second reload. And I have... Oh, I have quad loaders. Okay. My concealment is 5.7. All right. Okay. Yeah, I should be able to just shot. If I get desperate, I can probably just shotgun something. Should be fine. Let's go. The reload is quick enough, and because it's got the 4 parallel loaders, I should be okay. Especially if the enemy submarine doesn't have a 9-kilometer surveillance. But it does. Dutch eagerly not and flyer. Can we call it a shotgun? A long-range shotgun. Shotgun with a scope. Poor French Navy, their 400th anniversary is getting forgotten about because of the 250th anniversary of a certain country. Happy birthday, French Navy. Okay. We're top tier. I need to turn the audio back up so you can actually hear the ship that I'm playing because wargaming. No carrier to worry about. No radar to worry about. The kettle boiling? Yeah, it does sound a bit like that. My controls still correct? Yep. I like to check that occasionally because I reverse F and C. And in the past, occasionally that's been reset by various updates. It's Nevny. What is your build, Nevny? Right. So you're not going in the cap then. Yeah, Gnevny's off. Gnevny's gone. So I guess I'm going in the cap, and then we're gonna die. Is that okay with everyone? There's a smoke screen coming this way. Let's torp it. Hi, T-22. How you doing? Let's give you a little ping pong. Don't have my drop radii turned on. Oh my god. This first time you've seen submarine gameplay, you're in for a treat. You're gonna watch me missing this T-22 over and over again because I'm expecting him to slow down or turn out and he's not doing it. And then instead of going straight, he's now decided to turn. Okay. I really need to turn on my range rings. Those are probably not going to get there in time. Oh, he's dead. Cool. Alright, let's go for the buy-in. Whilst capping. There's a very real danger doing this that I just don't get any damage. Oh, you've just started? Interesting. Enigma, one piece of advice that I would give you is don't just play battleships. It's one of the worst things you can do as a new player. Because you will learn some very bad habits. Absolutely play the battleships, but make sure you also play destroyers and cruisers. Can I cap before I have to go and torp him? Yeah, the game is significantly different since Alpha. Significantly different. He's gonna die. I always think Bayern has a Hydra. Oh, is he gonna dodge all four of those? Oh my god. And the Fuso got a drop off because he's following the torps. Oh man. Okay. I'm not gonna get any damage. This is the problem with submarines. If we weren't leading by 14 points, I wouldn't have tried this. I would have gone into one of the other classes and got like, 55 or whatever. He's just going to hide behind that corner. Thought he was going to come out, but he's not. So if I want to play for the team, I would go and spot this other submarine for this Tekatov. That does not get me any damage. They're still trying? Oh, nice. Okay, cool. In which case, I should probably actually try to get some damage. Co-op counts, yeah. Don't DCP, don't DCP, don't DCP. One more top. Oh yeah, we've lost, yeah. We've lost 2 or 3. But we went a whole year without losing when we first started. That didn't do any damage. Now I am too close to turn around. Oh, he's going to turn out. Someone else will smack him before I get to turn around, probably. Fuck. Yeah, but I might get flooding though, Danusa, even if he came inside 3. I don't think he did. But even if he came inside 3, I should still get some flooding damage if he's DCP'd. So he just DCP'd. So if I can set a permaflood once his DCP goes down... I can definitely hit him. Actually, he's gonna go that way. God, distances change so slowly at this distance. Oh, he's getting closer. 2.4. Come on. 2.4. 2.5. 0.6, 0.7, 0.8, 0.9. You can't DCP that. Can he dodge it? Yep. Fuck. Januza, I know how to play submarines. Please stop. Rule still stands, even if you're a regular. I will ask for help if I need it. He's gonna die. God damn it. Now the Omaha's gonna come around that corner and kill me. Because they stop homing. They don't home all the way to the target. They have a distance at which they stop homing, and so then they become straight torps for the last bit. And ironically, as a balancing factor, the distance at which they stop homing is based on the class of the target, and for battleships, the distance is quite long. And so, ironically, it is easiest for battleships to dodge torpedoes, and it is least easy for the smallest ships, so the destroyers, to dodge the torpedoes. If you are going away from a torpedo in a destroyer, it's almost impossible to dodge a homing torp. Yeah, you can, Giesel, but you have to... I don't know if you can still hear me, but if you're submerged, you have to ping, otherwise the torpedo won't surface. And if you ping, especially around battleships, they will kill you. Oh my god, how the fuck did I miss that? Hello? He's gonna die before my torps get there. Oh my god, okay, can we... Yeah, okay, cool. Can we... Oh, he's reversing. Okay, trying to move the ping point backwards. No. Okay, is that 15? Nice, okay. Okay. Now we're in business. He's going to turn away, so I'm going to try and move that ping point forwards. No, that's to do with how many pings you get on a single point. So if you double ping a point, you get more duration. So the ships are divided into sections, and if you hit the same section twice, you get a bonus. But it means you have to send out multiple pings to do that. Which increases the danger. Alright, so we passed the bar for the Germans. Oh, there's subs still out here somewhere. Hi. Can we maybe drop you? Julio? Julio, ASW. ASW, there you go. Get a ping on him? Unfortunately, you can't ping periscope ships from periscope, which is stupid. He's got a DCP that's going to last for ages. Oh, actually, he's coming up. So I'm going to leave him alone and concentrate on this guy. It's not your fault, Enigma, because the game doesn't teach you that. There's no reason why you should know that. Yeah, I don't know about that, Danusa, actually. That's the first time I've ever heard that. It's a good job it's easy for us to check that in the game. Right? Is there a video? If it's still in date, I mean, there's been a whole bunch of sequential changes on those mechanics. So even if you find, I mean, there was an article at one point that described all of the detail of, well, it wasn't even a StatsBloke article, it was a proper article. Where they're like, this is how you play submarines. And it had all of the mechanics and like tables with the cutoffs and everything. It was an amazing article. But it immediately got buried. It's not in the wiki. It's not on their very short-lived how to play the game website section, which they haven't put any effort into since at all. But I think a lot of that has been superseded. So even if you find that article with a Google search, it's probably going to be wrong. This is my problem with the way that they do information. Is that just because you find something, especially in the dev blog, doesn't mean it's right. Are we throwing? Am I throwing? Can Stats win? I don't think so.
Hydrate.
Unless he floods to death? Problem is now he can get close to me and I can't do the damage. He's still flooding. Well, he knows where I am, so I might as well ping. I'm gonna run out of juice. Oh, he got a flood, he got a flood, he got a flood. Is that permanent? No, he DCP'd. Submarines there. Yay! They're not loaded. Ah, he's gone over there. Oh, it's still up. Damn it.
Rock Dodger is subbed for 71 months total at tier 1.
It's a good job. This is a really good time for you to do that. Blah. The annoying thing is that will probably kill him if he didn't kill me first, which he will. I'm just gonna take that. How he didn't kill me then, I have no idea. I was expecting to have his main guns ready. But apparently they were on reload still. I'm very confused. Pity? Well, if there was pity, they just completely lost the match because of that. I don't think that was... Oh, he fired AP. Yeah, but the dispersion, I mean, the dispersion didn't hit me. Yeah, I guess so. Because that absolutely should have killed me. I thought that was secondaries, but yeah, no, you're right. If only we could tell the difference between main battery and secondaries just by looking at the shells now. AP does have splash damage, but it's very small against... So it has no splash damage against other classes, but against submarines it has a very small splash damage. And you have to get very, very close. It's essentially intended so that if your shell hits right over the top of the submarine, the splash at periscope depth, the splash will actually cover the submarine, but it's a tiny, tiny splash damage. So almost always you don't hit them. Yeah, because people were complaining that they were sort of... a submarine would be at periscope depth, which means they're just below the surface, and your shells would land like all around it and you get nothing. Because it used to be that unless you hit the hitbox of the sail of the submarine, which is tiny, you didn't get anything. And so they added a tiny little splash damage ring just to enable you to do some damage to a submerged, to a periscope submerged submarine with AP. But you have to get very close. Yeah, and SAP as well. Cool. Well, we got a win somehow, and then we got the damage as well. Donafast, hello. Rock Dodger, worst timed sub ever. Thank you very much for the 71 months. Right. British. They're definitely still fighting. 14 ahead. $36. Well, if you were going to come over here, you might as well just stay here, because here's going to be lovely. Over here in West Wales. Lovely weather. High 20s. Scattered clouds. Slight breeze. It's going to be lovely. That's about as fun as it gets, Arcat. Yeah, that was a very, very atypical submarine game where I actually had fun. That never happens. A submarine game like that for me is like unicorn poop. And we both covered by the same amber alert. Well, technically, yes, but I'm right on the edge of it, and the weather here is not going to be... Like, I live right on the boundary of where the amber alert stops. And there's no yellow alert outside the amber alert, which is unusual. And like, looking at the temperatures, it's going to be fine. It's going to be nice. Because obviously down here by the sea, doesn't get very hot. Sticking out into the ocean as we are. Yeah. I mean, you're not that far away. You're not that far away. We got a train station that goes up that way. The Marches line, I think it's called. I didn't even realize that was a thing until I got here. One of the train lines that escaped Lord Beeching's ripping everything up and turning it into roads. You're sitting under a blanket? Stats steal. Oh, I thought that said stats seals the win. That'd be funny if I was playing seal. Alright, British. Yeah, I didn't realize until I got here, because I knew about the train lines that sort of go into Wales. So there's one that goes along the bottom, one that goes through the middle, and one that goes along the top. But the one that I didn't know about was the one that goes from the southwest up to the Midlands. It's called the Marches Line, and it goes from... I can't remember if it goes to all the way to Birmingham. I think it does go to New Street. It definitely goes to like Worcester kind of area, or Wrexham or somewhere like that. But it comes like diagonally down through the marches, sort of weaves in between the lumpy bits. So the sort of the lumpy bits in Mid Wales and the lumpy bits in South Wales. There's a kind of a flat bit in between, and it goes down through there, and it terminates at Swansea, I think. I don't think it goes any further southwest. So that could be quite handy at some point. Because if you can get to Birmingham, you can get anywhere. Now, this one has a 1-win buffer. Sturdy has no buffer. Undine has no buffer. So I've got Thrasher that's sitting on 6-4. I've got Seal that's sitting on 11-8. None of them have a particularly big lead. Yeah, probably it's one of those old like country lines. The line between Birmingham and New Street, the one that goes into Mid Wales, is kind of similar, I think. Yeah, the trains aren't very long, and it's all quite old stuff. Very, very sort of low traffic, local kind of thing. Yeah. Newport to Crewe? Oh, is that a line as well? Oh, I guess it would be. Yeah, that's mostly in England. I think that one pretty much goes underneath the 7 and then straight up the east coast of England, as it were. The east border. East, what's it called? It's like sorry, not east, west. Isn't it called the West Coast Main Line, even though it doesn't really go up the coast? Shrewsbury? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Right, we're going to take a little break, because I haven't had one yet. We'll come back and I'll choose which one of these I'm going to ruin, I guess. Yeah, it's Killer Bin. I forgot I put Monty C. Wellington on this. The fact that it's Monty C. Wellington kind of annoys me. Good night, Arcad. When I get back... so I've done all this. I've done all the camouflages. So let's do 3 bonus bundles in a CC crate when I get back. Yeah. Have they rebalanced the co-op bots? Not that I'm aware of, but then I wouldn't be aware of it if they had, so I don't know. I'm sure there'll be some people in chat who will know. I'll tell you who will know. Grant. Grant will know. Grant is the co-op guru. Runs all the way to Crewe. You've now entered the Wikipedia rabbit hole of the evening. What you should do, Rock Dodger, is now open the live train traffic tracker. It's a bit like I've never really seen it, but I know it exists. There's like a Flight Radar, Flight Radar 24 website that's for trains. Which I would imagine is quite interesting. I've looked on it a couple of times, but not regularly. You'll take a bonus bundle? Alright, I'll be back in a bit.
No, please! Let me go forward, you fat ass! No! Well, I'm dead. See you
Oh,
guys later.
if only I had the old acceleration that got removed because it was stupid.
Oh, it was pretty stupid. Oh wait! Oh wait! Oh! Oh
no!
Fine.
No!
I'm a legend. See, I'm alive, dude. It's fine. It's fine. It was all part of the. Oh, damn. Well, at least he didn't. At least the Alvaro didn't kill me.
Correct, I think. Tiger, that was a cool jump. Oh, that was really funny.
Gotta get the tokens, man.
Your tank like had a little bit of personality for a second. It's like, wee. Okay, TC's got that one. And you have until I've eaten my date. Yeah, next time I need to come in the middle. That center room.
Yes, yes, yes.
Quiet, shut
You
up.
gotta be in the sandwich. Try and kill.
No, Carl, I will not show you my feet.
Pork
Back.
markets.
Back. Dodging. Kill the radar. Kill the. Ah, I missed.
Hydrate.
Too busy. Must kill radar. Oh, fuck. Bring it down. Ah! Fuck. Yes. Yes. I win. Oh, good. We killed Angela Merkel. The player's name was Angel_A Merkel.
You are fined
I think that situation warranted some fucks, don't you? I think those fucks were justified. Justy fucks. In your face, Hangman. In your face. Oh no. We've broken the paddling animation. Super container. Doing. Piotr over here. There he is. I enjoyed that a bit more than I should have done, probably. Reload MOA, who I haven't seen for a while, has a really cool profile image picture. Right. Yet it's time. It's a bit later than normal. It's time for a giveaway. For those of you who weren't here just now, we're going to do a giveaway for 3 bonus bundles and a CC crate. Whoever it was who said, I want a bonus bundle, if you end up winning the CC crate and you want to swap it for someone's bonus bundle and you agree with one of the winners to swap over, that is fine by me. Right? You have to do the legwork. But let me know. Alright. Or you two can just, you know, swap your codes. All right. If you would like to enter this giveaway and you are currently watching on YouTube or Kick, you need to come over to Twitch briefly. While you're on your platforms, please subscribe / follow whatever the free option is on the platform of your choice. It does help support the channel. Thank you very much. Make sure that you have Go Live notifications turned on, especially on Twitch, where that is now a thing. You can choose to have Go Live notifications on or off just in the follow button. You don't have to go hunting for it anymore. You need to know where your whispers are, because that's how we're going to communicate the prize. This is for World of Warships PC version, NA, EU, or C regions. And it is !bloke away. Heart of Wales. Where does that terminate? I've probably been on that. Go. You'll get there eventually, Rebel Yell. All right. Cravenarms to Llanelli. Oh, interesting. Oh, that's not the one I thought it was. Oh, that's interesting. So where does that go again compared to the Marches line? Because Llanelli is not that far away. Because where does the Marches line? Marches line goes to Swansea, right? Yeah, the one that you're talking about is the one that I'm talking about, I think. And if it is, I've got the name wrong. Because the one that I'm talking about is the one that goes basically from the Midlands of England diagonally down to the southwest of Wales. And potentially through where I live. Because I can literally walk to the train station. It's quite a long walk, but I can do. In theory. Oh, Marches. Oh, yeah, I've got the name wrong in that case. So the one that I'm talking about is Heart of Wales. Yeah. I thought the Marches line was the one that went from here diagonally over towards England and then up. So I've obviously got the route a bit mixed up in my head. Yeah, the one. Oh, right. Okay. That makes more sense. Yeah. That makes more sense. I was wondering why is it called the Marches line if it doesn't go through the Marches. Well, at least partially. Yes, Heart of Wales is the one that serves where I live.
Digger the Knobhead resubbed for 72
In which
months
case, maybe I have to do a little shopping trip to Birmingham at some point. Go and see TC. For what was the countdown? A giveaway. Nearly a tenth of your life? Oh, don't phrase it like that. Holy crap. Thank you. That is depressing. Thank you very much for spending nearly a tenth of your life with me. Thank you very much for 72 months, and thank you very much for the tier 3. That is very kind of you. That is 6 whole years. Thank you so much for the 6 years. You get your 6-year triangle. It looks slow. I'm not in a rush. Slow and jiggly. I don't know. I like slow and jiggly trains. Especially if they're going through nice countryside. Yeah, there's a lot of stops. because it serves all the little rural communities.
Isn't Bert's Kingdom, Brunel said.
Happy
Summer is
shortest
coming.
day of the year.
Yep.
Summer is coming, yay.
Indeed. It's still light outside. Yeah. It is 23:08 and the sky outside is still blue. I love the 2 weeks like either side of the solstice because of that. I love it. All right. The 3 bonus bundles are going to go to Kai Luna, Luckeye, and DGW, and the CC crate is going to go to Andrimna. I can't remember who it was that wanted the bonus bundle. Was it Andrimna, or was it who wanted the CC crate? Who wanted the bonus bundle? It was you. So if you want to, Andrimna, you negotiate with the others and do a swap. But I'm gonna give you the right codes. It's up to you to do the negotiations. Okay. All right, so I need to send, so DG, I need Kai. I am not doing the work for you. You need to do the work. Luckeye. So DG, Kai, and Luckeye, I'm going to give you bonus bundles, but Andrimna may want to negotiate with you to get your code, just so you know. So maybe don't immediately claim it until you have concluded negotiations. Oh, Luckeye is publicly trading. Publicly listing on the stock market. IPO from Luckeye. All right. I'm all out of sorts right now because normally I'm on this scene to do the giveaways, but because I've been giving away camos recently, I've been doing the giveaways from this scene, and then I'm like, I need to change scenes, but I don't need to change scenes. Then I feel like I haven't done something. Okay, everyone happy? I imagine negotiations are going on in the background. Right. Which one of these submarines am I going to use? I don't know. I kind of want to do Alliance because it's got the super bendy torps. But also, I've only got +1 match on that. Could do it in co-op. I could be a scaredy cat. But I'm concerned that if I do it in co-op with any of these, that I'm not going to get the damage because the match is going to end too quickly. that's got +1. Seal's got, I think, +3. Yeah, they do. Yeah, that's got +3, and this one's got +2. ASIM is good for subs. Is it, though? Especially a submarine that's going to be doing a lot of pinging, potentially, because those bots are going to be, like, flipping snipers with that ASW. I guess if you play the entire thing without pinging, but, like, in these subs, that makes no sense, because that's kind of their thing. Oh, not doing clan battles, so it's naval battles, and I'm pretty sure that ASIM does count, doesn't it? I think it does. It definitely counts for div stars, even though it's not shown. It doesn't? Okay. Right. Well, I guess I attempt to play shield. Ugh, so slow. You play on the previous days, Anjuna. So if you do, so you get 12 tries. If you do all of your 12 tries on Friday, you get I think it's +3 on the Saturday, and then if you use all of those, you get another 2. I think it is on the Sunday, and so you can, if you play on the Friday, you can get some extra ones. Yeah. I can't remember exactly what sets the how many you get. I think it might be something to do with participation. Sorry, preparation. Yeah, it's to do with how much you do during the week. So if you don't play during the week, you're not going to get as many attempts. So you have to play during the week and do attempts on Friday. And then you can get like 16 or something total. For every 5 you do on a Friday, you get 1 more on Saturday. For every 4 you do at the end of Saturday, you get 1 more. There you go. I love how I've sent Rock Dodger into a complete train deep dive. You can get 20? Wow, I don't think I've ever seen anyone do 20. How would you get 15 on a Friday, though? I thought the maximum on a Friday was 12. Right, I need to go into the map and turn on my drop circles if I'm going to play Titan. Am I ready? No. Go.
Pausing.
You're trained in playing gig? Most of you are. That's not an exception in this community. I'm the exception. Don't care about history. Don't care about trains. Don't care about World War II or World War I. I am very much an outlier. Lego geek. That's a geekdom I can get behind. Yeah, you've got 6-kilometer thingy. I have 6 as well. The CC crate that you somehow magically ended up with, wink wink, you got 100,000 free XP? Rarer prize than a ship. And Drimnit's going to be kicking himself, potentially. It's a very rare prize. Yeah, they most of them do have guns, but not all of them are player controlled. A lot of them are automatic secondaries, essentially. But some of them do have. I think this might have been the submarine that had the first player controlled gun, if I remember correctly. The boosters are more important. As long as you're both happy, that's cool. The Russian stuff, there you go. Alright, there is a smoke screen coming around that corner. That might be the Kitakami. Yeah, I couldn't remember whether this came before the Russian subs or not. They must have been fairly close together. Okay, their sub is in that cap. So I might head towards B. That is not a Kitakami. That is a Yu Yang with a Colbert. Ah! Oh my god, he was inches away from spotting me. And I do not have any rear torpedoes. He was inches from my detection. Yeah, it's one deck-mounted gun. I'm gonna go periscope just in case that Bazan turns back in again. Oh, the snake is just folding. What the? What in the Inspector Clouseau was that English? Oh, he's gone. Okay. Am I going to be able to get anywhere near anything during this match? Oh, their submarine died. That's cool. Maybe I can migrate over towards the Schlieffen. I'm sealing the deal. I guarantee I'm not, because the chances of me getting any damage in this match is 0. The only reason I got any damage in the tier 6 game was because it was low tier and I could walk up to stuff. Have you seen my minimap with those ASW ranges? This is why I don't like playing tier 10 subs. Because if you get spotted, it's just instant death. I do not understand people who can do this. They have some voodoo talent that I'm not aware of. Of course, the Bazan is also going to go around the back. And so I'm going to meet him coming the other way. This Shima smokescreen is not helpful. Patrick, I really appreciate the use of the phrase "of late." I love that. And we need more of that. People need to use more antiquated, posh-sounding language in Twitch chat. Words like erstwhile. I can never remember whether that works at Periscope. It doesn't say in there. Yeah, I like of late. Hydrophone works at all levels. I was just out of range then. Oh, I'm spotted. Blech. What's the range? 6. Oh, he must have been... So a 6 and 6.1. Ugh. So Shima's going to go around the corner into an Alvaro de Bazan and die. Whilst. I use whilst all the time. I usually say whilst. I usually type whilst. It's just what I grew up saying. Alright, can I now work my way gradually around towards something that I might actually be able to do some damage on, potentially? Of course the Schlieffen's gonna take... Oh, maybe not. That Schlieffen's dead. What are you gonna do now, buddy? You gonna take a torp? Yeah, okay. Is that a flood? You can see a DCP flashing, I think. Means you might be pingable. Good luck, Schlieffen. Good luck. Oh, did he manage to dodge all of those? Bollocks. Bullshit. The ping skipping. Yes, it's like a skipping stone. You're led to believe it's some kind of sound thing. It's not. One of the sailors gets up on the deck and skips a stone and then watches it bounce off. Like skip, 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 zip, donk. Yep, it's over there, Captain. So now his DCP's going to be back, so I'm not going to stand a chance. Shima's going to die to Yu Yang. Maybe trade? Alvaro's going to come over here. So I'm going to ping. The Alvaro's going to know I'm here, and then I'm going to die. Although they are currently losing ships. I might just let those ones chill. Shima survived. Yeah, I am absolutely not getting this damage. If it hits the same part of the boat twice, it means that you get a longer homing duration. So it doubles the amount of time that you have for the homing to last. Oh, what if the skipping stone hits the same part twice? It means that one of your sailors is really good at skipping stones. One of your sailors has had way too much free time on a beach at some point. Pinging stuff off the tee. Oh, he was going away? Oh, I saw that was coming towards me. I'm so bad at that. My brain told me that he was coming towards me. No, Brewfrost, that used to be a thing. So this is what I was talking about earlier with the problem with the mechanics changing so much over the years that this has been a thing. So the submarines were introduced in the year of update 8, right? Same as the carrier change, believe it or not. first time we saw subs was shortly after 8. Actually, shortly before 8.0, technically. It was around about the same time as the action carrier change. So it's been in the game a long time. And in that time, there have been so many changes to the way that submarines work, both during public testing on the live servers, testing in PvE, and then introduction into random battles, that people remember different things, especially if they tried it out and then didn't play them. People remember different mechanics. So the thing that you're remembering is that if you got a double ping, your torpedoes dived down in the water, metaphorically speaking, and citadeled the ship that that you were torping. But that hasn't been a thing for like 5 years. There is a skill, is there? I'm not aware of that one. But then I don't look at I don't know the submarine captain skills. I just choose what I'm told to choose. I don't actually know what they do. I didn't know. Well, there you go. That's your answer. I literally don't know those skills. I just choose the things. Well, that was 0 damage, and I'm not doing that again. That can stay on 15 as far as I'm concerned. Right, what have I got? I've got, I thought I had 4 attempts. Okay, 5 attempts. There's no 45s left outside of the carriers. I could go back to the carriers. Yeah, maybe let's do that. Let's do, not the Russians. Maybe the Americans, the Germans, and the Brits. Ugh, this cursor bug drives me crazy. Let's not do Lexi. I play way too much Lexington. You done your 20 attempts? 20? 33 stars? No, Bordy, it's once every 4 weeks. So you'll have a 1v1, a 1v1, a 1v1, and then a group stage. 1v1, 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 group stage. So it's just every 4 weeks. So it is pre-planned and predictable. You want me to do Immelman? I'm going to do the American one first. But yes, we can do another Immelman if you like. I love Immelman. Although that last match that I did not work out very well. Let's do Saipan B. You've done 2 attempts? Yeah, I think we're safe now. We're 20 ahead. I think we're safe. Obviously they have a time zone advantage, but it doesn't, you know, it doesn't go on for that much longer because it's 7:30. So I guess they can play like, you know, late into the night, but not like depends how many of their players have already put in attempts. They might have seen us pulling ahead and they might have given up. Would have happened if there were an odd number of clans? Well, I guess that there must be some groups that are smaller because the number of clans participating in naval battles is not going to be exactly divisible by however many are in this table. So I guess some people do get a short table. I don't remember ever seeing that. Because I think this is 20. Looks like 20. Maybe 25. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 25. So maybe there's some groups that are smaller. Torpedo aiming master. So it's specifically for torpedoes? Interesting. I did not know that was a thing. Oh, I guess it would be torpedo aiming master. Of course it would be. Right. This is only 7-3. It has to be active until the torp hits. That makes sense. All right. Let's go. The 45K. Remind me to turn down the engine volume and turn off the ASW ranges. Otherwise, someone in chat's going to be like, ew, the map's covered in red things. I do it now, but I can't get to the menu. Someone's got something funky in the queue, or there's no T-Rex carrier. Hey! Fan of wind. It's Yorktown.
Hydrate.
You're in a... The hell is that in ship name? AP only, huh? Caliber. 127 AP only. Oh. Ugh. No, I don't want to die. Like the Mayans, probably the Mayans. Or the Aztecs. One of those people. Dennis. Hello, Dennis. You happen to be right in front of me, so you're getting attacked, I'm afraid. Because this is about damage, not winning. Aztecs. Mines is further south. If it looks like Wakatapokopokol, it's Aztecs. If it doesn't look like Wakatapokopokol, it's probably not the Aztecs. Double fire, that's unfortunate for you. Alright, we are well on the way. That player is not putting out the double fire. Okay. Oh. Jervis has got company. And Templar's found some torpedoes. Templar. Good. Templar's also found a submarine. Have some torps. I think the Mayans are older than the Aztecs. I think I'm right in saying. I did take a great courses series on the Mayans and the Aztecs, so I should know, but I'm struggling to remember. Which I'm sure would make the Ivy League lecturer whose course I listened to very, very upset with me. Yeah, the Aztecs were relatively recent, if I remember correctly. Right. I need another 15. Got an Ipiranga who's basically parked. Let's go and do Saipan things. Oh, can I get a bit of coverage from my AA? Maybe. No. Yeah, a few centuries. Yeah, yeah. There. Went to zig, but the flag also zigged. Fighters. Damn it. Oh man, I got screwed over. I did nothing, and I flew through fighters for it, apparently. I didn't even see them. The Kwahatakhmak is currently doing things to a U-190, hopefully. Templar, where did your hit points go? Did you take a torpedo? You died? Honestly, some people. You've learned many things. Was one of them that it's not immune to torpedoes? Holy slow and arrowing, Batman. .42-4. Should go for the same ship, but damage. You'll be murdered if you tell me. Yeah, fair enough. Hey, we are over the bar, but will we get a win? I hope so. There's a Fokker who's massively overextended and spotted, and so hopefully will die because people are going to drop it. not you. It's not a mission. I'm doing naval battles. Double fire. Oh, can I? No. Hi. You appear to drop some hit points there. Great. Is this person cold or? Master cheat my report. What? Wait, who are they even talking about? I don't know who they're even talking about. That submarine is still alive. We're gonna lose this. We have 0 map control. Me? Me? I didn't do anything. I have done almost no damage to that ship. Use cheat money. Templar, can you... You're currently dead. Can you currently say that the carrier has done almost no damage to you? Like, I haven't. The bombs did literally nothing, because they shattered and didn't cause any fires. And the rockets did very little. Most of my damage has come from the Normandy and the Colorado. Let's see if we can get that Tone. He's pretty stationary. You lead by 53 stars? Nice. 164, that's very good. How many in the clan? Because we get quite high scores, but we've got 50 people. Well, 50 accounts. What the hell are they talking about? All report. Yay, oh no. Oh no. Oh no, my karma. Keep flying into fighters that I can't see because they're on top of this flippin' red cap that I can't see because it's all red. Alright, let's just check for the Fokker. I think it turned around looking at the minimap. Let's just check before I go into the corner, and there it is. I'm going to see if I can get a port conversation going with this player, because I think that's going to be entertaining. Things I do for content, I just want to have fun. No one complains at me anymore. I think it's because I've lost my edge. Right. Pre-port views cheat in game, please. No only. Not sure a conversation with them is going to be very fruitful, actually. Is karma good for anything? No. Where is the Zhu? Quote. Zhu Chao Chue. This guy. version of English? Yeah, I'm not sure. The anti-cheat version, apparently. Bullshit. That drop was bullshit. Enemy used cheat. Where? What cheat? Bullshit. I'm only getting splash damage. What the hell? Oh, now I've let my carrier go away off of that. So, what cheat? Yeah, he was complaining before he died. I did barely any damage to him. I attacked him once by mistake because he hit an overrun torpedo that wasn't aimed at him. It was aimed at the destroyer, I think. I dropped him with my HE bombs, which didn't do anything. And then I hit him with one set of rockets, which also didn't do very much. So I've done very little damage to him. Apparently the Massachusetts is cheating. Is there anyone over here who isn't cheating? Not that they'll understand that. Muting the battle chat? No! Why would you do that? That's where all the fun comes from. Why would I deprive myself of amazing entertainment? It's the last thing I'm going to do, because then I have to actually just play the game. Why would I want to do that? Bloody fighters! I've fed so many planes. Because I'm just watching the chat the whole time. I've fed so many planes to this carrier. Because I'm not concentrating on the red circles on the red circles. Me? 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 Mine? Oh, not mine. Accelerated too much. Yeah, the whole reason that I enjoy this game occasionally is because of making people cry. Quite often it's me that cries. Please report the game. How do you report an entire game? To the BVFC? To the people who do the PEGI ratings? It's twisted? Yeah, it is. Sorry, just give me 1 second. just give me 1 sec. Would you like to guess what happened when I looked at their profile? I mean, would you like to guess what might have happened if I had looked at their profile? But of course I didn't do that. Yeah. No surprises. Pincers. Ah, we get crab. Okay, so now we can do... Is it German? What's next? I got complimented, yeah, not by... I think that was probably Templar. I don't think that was the Ipiranga player. So we'll skip the Russians for some reason. And then we're going to go... I'm just not in the mood to do the Russian carriers. Then we're going to do German, so we'll do Immermann. 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 Three comms? Yeah, maybe some others. Maybe some other people on the team or on the other team maybe were enjoying the conversation. I do that sometimes. I compliment people just for being funny. All right, we're going to do Immelman. So this is going to be 45 again. Let me just check. Yep, 45. Oh, this bloody cursor bug. Now we play, is this pear or lemon? Because they look identical. I think that's pear. It is indeed pear. I do mix them sometimes. No, not the bottle, the contents of the bottle. Ugh. Bunch of big stuff, bunch of small stuff. It's gonna be good for damage until I run out of planes, which I will do very quickly looking at that lineup. Let's just hope the bungo goes somewhere on its own. A native German speaker? Oh, really? Why? Might be a wereaboo. Oh, really? Why? Because of the name? I can't remember what the name was now. The animation when you... Oh, what with the thing? Yeah, a few of the carriers do that. With the, like the radio antennas getting out of the way. But I think this was one of the big selling points of the ship was Wargaming were like, oh, it's got an animation. What the? Oh, amazing. Amazing, because I am in the middle of sorting the front room out so that I can turn it into a gym. And one of the main things that I need down there is mats so that I can use my weights without damaging the floor. Thank you so much. That is amazing. I'm going to put down my... Ooh, that's nice. I'm going to put down my... put down my little treadmill. Going to have my kettlebells and my mace bell. Maybe get some dumbbells. There's actually some free weights out in the garden. I just need to find some actual bars. The landlord used to do weights here, I think. All the bars have gone, but the weights are still outside. So thank you so much. That's very kind. Hamster wheel? I wish I could have a human-sized hamster wheel. That'd be cool. You get one of those, what are they called, like Zorb balls? Those big inflatable balls that you go down hills in. Hi. I am too late to hit you, I'm afraid. Yeah, there is a cyclone. Shadow magic. Hi. Stopping in that situation is not advisable. Oh god, what is that dispersion? The hell, game? Just open the barn door and just let him walk through it, why don't you? The hell was that? Gabri, it's very hard for me to concentrate right now on what you're doing. Thank you very much for the FOHO vacuum stand, so I can use my Dyson, which is much easier to use than the full-size vacuum cleaner I now have, which is great, but it's very big. And so to clean up little messes, I would love to be able to use the little Dyson, but I don't want to make holes in the wall to put the charger on the wall, and that thing is to do that, so thank you very much. Also, we'll be going in the front room. Thank you so much. Chat, please just be aware that I cannot read chat while I'm playing carriers. It is not possible. If you're typing something expecting me to read it, I can't. Just so you know. Don't need much attention. It's not, there's not much to do most of the time, but it's just the constant map watching and steering you have to do. That you just have to have your eyes on the map the entire time. Like, it's worse than playing a destroyer. Like, I'm watching the map like 99% of the time. And you have to keep an eye on what everyone is constantly doing. Because you need to watch out for like destroyers and submarines creeping up on you. You need to watch what the enemy carrier is doing. Is the enemy carrier going to spot you? Is there a hybrid? Has a smoke screen popped up? Does something need to be spotted? But let's. Oh yeah, they are. Sorry, I paused them because of the submarine play. Oh, he's gonna dip in behind the island? Oh man. Can I get the Des Moines maybe? Yeesh, this is not good. I haven't even got my damage yet. And I'm gonna get deplaned because the AA in this match is horrendous. I'm gonna have to go for the Conte Verde or the Libertar. And they're just gonna walk straight through the middle because that Montana is just gonna eat it. Right. I've resumed the alerts. You may TTS. Oh man, I can't really go that way either. Oh god, it's not good. Yeesh. Can I get this drop? Has the submarine got him, maybe? Nope. Emma go cap? What? What do you mean go cap? I am becoming deplaned. That's not good. Seems to have not worked. No, it's working. There's 4 ships there against our Haru. It is absolutely working. Those guys, although those guys have now come back. They're now in the cap. And I'm spotted, so I'm probably going to die. And I'm deplaned. Hopefully someone can get a reset on that. Thank you for helping me with my drop angle. Oof, I think they're throwing, but I still might die. It's fortunate that the Yu Yang smoked me, frankly. And now, the storm is going to save me. But the storm can also help them. Because now that Haru is on his own, because the Montana won't be able to see anything that he spots. The Great Equalizer. Because he's totally going to die now. Don't know if that Trump can see him. Yeah, but in Storm's Prayer, the total number of ships is almost irrelevant. It's how many ships on each team are meeting each other at the same time. And so when you have a large blob sailing into an area that only has 1 ship, it doesn't matter if that's all of the ships that the enemy has, because that blob, if they stay together, is just going to go around and murder everything 1 ship at a time. Yeah, it's a storm. And now this Libertad's coming a bit too close as well. Ugh, fighters. I'm not seeing them for some reason. My brain's just not registering that red circle. I think it's registering it as a cap or something. I don't know. Alright, if the Lemitad follows me, that's probably a good thing. Okay, Seal's got bungo problems. Yeah, you can't, like, especially when it's red on red, I think that needs to be a different color, or they need to change the red cap color to a different color. Like, the teams need to be green and something else, like green and purple or something like that. Because the red circles on the red caps and the green circles on the green cap, you just can't see it. And then even if it's not on the cap, my brain just interprets it as a, you know, a contestable object, not a thing, because it's ultimately just a circle. I am shortly going to have no planes left. Yep. I'm out of planes. But we got the bar, so that's okay. Uh-oh. Time to secondary brawl. Well, that's why I'm heading towards the Haku. I don't think I'll need to. Also, I'm a very long way away. Will the Repub and the Montana both broadside the Vermont and both die? The guns, I can't remember. I think they're 150s. Could be something low caliber. Oh, potential yoink. At the moment, I was right about one of them. The Republic is... Why are you both broadsiding a Vermont? That's not a good plan. We can win on the cap. Yeah, some CC... Well, most CVs have secondaries. There is one, at least one, that doesn't have any guns at all, but most of them do have some secondaries. Some of them, they're asymmetrical, so they have more guns on one side than the other side, or maybe no guns on one side, which is interesting. Most of them have automatic secondaries, but some of them have manual secondaries. That you shoot yourself. Yeah, Ocean is the one that I was thinking of. Yeah. Yeah, let me go back and show you. So, so these are manuals. Oh no, sorry, they're all manuals now, aren't they? Sorry, they changed that. Yeah, sorry, I'm getting confused because it's changed. Yeah, these are all the carriers now have player-controlled secondaries to make them more appealing, I guess. They're still shit, by the way. Don't think, oh, I've got guns. Yeah, not really. Do you have any tips for the skip bombers? It depends, Iron Mind, which ones you mean. Do you mean the ones on the Immelman? Because they all behave a bit differently. Depends whether you're talking about the Russian-style ones, and I would say that these are Russian-style ones, really. Whether you're talking about the AP skip bombers, or whether you're talking about... oh man, what's the one? Is it Ark Royal? No. One of the mid-tier carriers has a really amazing skip bombers for going after destroyers, but I can't remember which one it is. Because they skip inwards very, very aggressively on the second bounce. But I forget which one it is. Theseus, is that it? Ban? Oh, maybe it is Ban, yeah. So, Iron Mind, it depends what you mean. And then there's one recent carrier, is that Theseus, that has AP skip bombers that have a very specific mechanic that the game absolutely does not tell you about. And unless you know that magic hidden mechanic, you will suck. So HE ones are pretty simple to understand. So you will have a number of lines on the water.
Pausing.
So you have a number of lines on the water. Those are where your bombs bounce. So your bombs, like torpedoes, your bombs have some dispersion, some left-right dispersion. So when you launch torpedoes, let's say you have 3 torps in your volley. They don't spread out exactly evenly, right? There'll be a little bit of variation in how dispersed they are within the arc. The same thing is true of carrier torpedoes. The same thing is true of carrier skip bombs. And so the trajectory the bombs go out on is not parallel. They move in and out, and they're not evenly spaced in the space that they bounce in. Horizontally. In terms of lengthwise, like going away from your planes, there is no dispersion. So the bombs will hit exactly on those lines in terms of distance forwards. But side to side varies. And so that line represents the line along which your bombs will land in the water. generally speaking, and this is why I was asking which carrier, because it varies from carrier to carrier. Generally speaking, the bombs go quite wide on the first line, and then they go in, and then they come back out again. Exactly how they do that depends on how many lines you have and which carrier it is and blah. But generally speaking, the first line, they're all spread out, and then they come in. But they're not going to be evenly spaced along that line either. But you know they're going to land on that line, and that's the critical thing. So, where do you put the line? If the line, so you basically never drop on that first line unless you absolutely have to. Because then your bombs are all really spread out along the line. The line is going to be way longer than the ship that you're trying to target, and you're probably not going to hit it with many more than one of the bombs, especially if it's a small ship. So you want to use at least the second line. If it's a small ship, like a destroyer, you definitely want to use that second line, because the bombs go out on the first line and then in on that second line, and that in is going to help you to hit small stuff. Okay? You also want to put, with HE bombs, you also want to put that line slightly on the other side of the ship that you're targeting, because you want the bombs to be coming down at the softer armor on the top of the ship, not bouncing up at the belt, especially on battleships. Because if you put the line either on the keel or particularly on your side of the ship, the bomb is going to hit the water and then bounce up. And if it's an HE bomb, it's not going to have very good pen, and it's just going to shatter. It might set a fire, but it's not going to do any damage from the pen. And so you want to come down at the ship. So you want to put that line on the other half of the ship into the water on the other side. Don't go too far into the water on the other side, because otherwise the bomb will go straight over the ship without hitting. So basically, line on the water line of the ship on the other side, which can be hard to judge. But that's what you're aiming for. The other consideration is flying over terrain, and this is a bigger problem on some maps than others. If you have an area of lots of open water, like if you get, for example, Two Brothers or Ocean or something like that, it's got a lot of open water, it's not so much of a problem. But if you're on a map like the new one, I can never remember the name of it, the one with all the like really crowded islands, that's a nightmare, because when your planes fly over an island, it stops the bounce from working. And what you'll see when you start the attack, Faroe Islands, no, not Faroe Islands, the new one, the newest one, the one that's like crazy brawly. I can't remember what it's called. The newest one. Sunset Isles, because there's no open water beyond the spawns. It's just islands everywhere. And so the problem is with the skip bombers, you need a good run-up so that your planes don't go over any islands. Because if your planes increase in altitude, it stops the skip from working. And when you start the attack run, what you'll see, instead of green lines, you'll see yellow lines. And if you see a yellow line, it means that the bombs aren't going to bounce. They're just going to go bloop into the water, because they need to be shallow. If your planes climb and then during the attack run they come back down to sea level, you will get the skip back, but maybe you're too close by that point. And so if the target is around islands, it might just not be possible to do a bounce. And then you have to do the direct drop or don't attack. And so that's just something to bear in mind. You need to try to get open water between you and the target so you can make a straight, shallow, low altitude run. Just something to bear in mind. Did that help? Yeah, AP is different. So there is one carrier. Let me just go and look up where it is, what it is. Shinano. So Shinano, if you go and look in, are you in my Discord, I might? If you go and look in my Discord in the useful resources channel, I'll put the direct link to that particular post in chat. Shinano has very specific mechanics that the game does not include. And they actually weren't even published as part of the release of the ship itself. This had to be reverse engineered by the community. So stupid. There's just no way with official information to learn this mechanic. And so if you get hold of the Shinano, make sure you go and read that post. If you don't get the Shinano, don't worry about it because it works differently to all the other ships. But yeah, make sure you understand that because the AP pen changes depending on which side of the bounce you're on. So stupid. Well, it's not stupid. It makes sense, but it's stupid that it's not explained. And it makes a huge difference to the characteristics of the bombs in a way that massively changes which target you use with which sector. So, yeah. I'm trying to think if there are any other AP skip bomb carriers right now. Don't think so. So presumably, if any other AP skip bombs come along, they'll also use that mechanic. So, yeah. I'm just going on Monarch. Headline is like a visit to the dentist. I think most people would say it's the other way around. No, I would say no. Are you enjoying Monarch? Please tell me you're using the AP. Right, so Gavri, thank you very much for the thank you very much for the vacuum stand and the exercise mat. That's going to really help me sort out that front room and make it functional. Thank you so much. And also, anonymous user has suggested a weightlifting bar. Yeah, I'm not sure if I want. I'm not sure if I want a barbell. I think I just want some dumbbell things. Because for squats, I'll just use my kettlebells. And those things, never buy free weights, barbells, dumbbell bars. Don't buy those things new because they are always on secondhand sites. Because those things, the number of times that I have bought and sold little bits and pieces of free weights because people are always selling them. They're super, super easy to get secondhand and super cheap. It depends how you're doing it, Osmar. If you're doing if you're not doing it to failure, so I would say it's perfectly safe as long as you're not training to failure. Obviously, if you're training to failure, then you have to have someone there by definition because you're training until a point that you can't lift it anymore. But as long as you're not doing that, then that's fine. And you can get significant benefits through training not to failure. Don't listen to the bullshit. You don't have to use heavy weights. You don't have to lift to failure. Different kind of training. Different result. Yeah, or if you're a metal worker like Jerry, you can just make it yourself. Same with my dad being a welder. He's thrown up weight stuff before. He used to do a lot of, he had a friend who owned a gym and he used to do so much welding and putting stuff together for that guy. Yeah, oh, I'd love one of those Covenant. Those little, is it the one where you have like a unit on the floor and then you like twist the handle and pick up the amount of weight that you want? I would love one of those, but they're so expensive. Like one of those units, just for a single dumbbell is like 300 pounds at least. Go outside. Yeah, go outside. Yeah. Go outside. Throw some sheep around. All right, and then how many attempts do I have left? I have 3 attempts. Oh, we are pretty clear now. 22. Eisen links. Screws on the outside instead of a nut. Yeah, that sounds like the kind of thing that I'm thinking of. Maybe not exactly the same. Yeah, there's a very snazzy looking one. I think it's a particular brand where, specifically for dumbbells, you basically put your hand onto the bar and you twist it until the indicator on the top says the weight that you want, and then you lift it up and it comes with however many plates are needed for that weight. Quite clever. And it's all, locked in. So yeah, pretty snazzy, but you pay for it, for sure. £300 sterling. Dutch cruiser is still on 55. Russian destroyer is on 55. British cruiser is on 55. What is my Howden Liu currently on? Let's have a look. Ah, 59, alright. Maybe we play a bit of Howden Liu. British carriers? Did I not do British carriers? Salter, thank you very much. Did I? Oh.
Salter 20 resubbed for 23 months total at tier 1.
Oh, I've done that. Thank you very much for the 23. Yeah, I missed that. In which case... let's go for Implacable. Joseph, why do you not have 21 points? What would you spend them on if I gave you the points? He doesn't need the points. He does perfectly well with 20. Alright, 45 in an Implacable. Let's go. Mid-tier. There's a Donskoy Neptune division. Interesting. Are they going to be trying to share smoke? That's going to be interesting. Six battleships for me to get damage on. Nice. Including 2 tier 7s. And on these rockets is 28. Okay. Um, 619, I am a particularly patient person. So don't think that everyone plays like this, but yes. This is definitely more of a game of patience than, say, like a shooter or a tank game. You have to watch a lot of the time. Some things are more twitchy, but a lot of the time you have to wait and watch how situations develop before you react to them, particularly with like taking shots or moving your ship, launching torpedoes, long-range torpedoes. You have to really watch what's going on. Like if you see me doing this and looking my head in this direction, it's because I'm watching the map, because I'm literally watching what's going on and trying to react to things. And yeah, sometimes you have to just wait and see what happens before you make a decision. There. My Cossack, now I know where that fight is there. You're a COD player? Yeah, it's very, very different. This game is great for the COD player who started playing COD when COD became a thing and has now matured. And maybe lost a bit of reaction speed, you know? Because I'm definitely in that camp. I used to be a massive shooter player. I used to play a lot of Ghost Recon and Call of Duty in my 20s. But now, 20 odd years later, not so much. So yeah, you'll find it's a lot slower. But that's one of the things I think that makes it such a good game. It's because you can see things happening sometimes minutes before they actually happen. And you get to sort of plan ahead. It's a lot more tactical, which I really enjoy. There is some element of Twitch reaction to it, but it depends what ship you're playing. There's definitely some ships that you get very up in people's faces with. And then it becomes a lot more shootery, but a lot of the time, for example, you'll know that you're going to lose your ship like 20-30 seconds before you actually lose your ship. For example. I was going to try and talk him, but I think he's going to make that turn. Oh, this carrier. Get off my back, dude. Everyone's got fighters. Everyone thinks they're a clever dick. Okay, let's try and turn this Sharn's broadside to everything. I'm not going to get the damage, but hopefully the team will get the damage. And I'm going to take fighters and we're going to lose the entire squadron. Yay. Alright, let's level bomb a battleship. Meow. Right, Owl, Richelieu. Carrier is totally going to drop fighters on them. Ugh, I might have to start pre-dropping with this enemy carrier. He's on it with the planes. Can I get out? Maybe. Can I slingshot the Enterprise? Maybe. Nope. Ugh. I'm gonna end up deplaned if I keep doing that. Bismarck, what are you doing? Oh, Richelieu's still burning. Yeah, so it's something that I've noticed since they made the changes to the spotting mechanics is that the average carrier player, and by that I mean the player who I averagely come up against, not a player who is at 50%. So the players that I'm seeing in battle seem to be really, really good with the fighters now, which is really interesting. Because players can't spot with the fighters anymore, although some players still do try to do that. Most players now, because the only thing you do with the fighters is trapping the enemy player like you used to do in the RTS days. A lot of players have got really, really good at it. And I am crap at it. And so I'm really noticing the difference. I'm really noticing that most carrier players that I come up against are way better at it than I am. we kind of have to go for this King George because they are Aono and close to me. Actually, no, I will turn around. He's gonna turn. I just forced him to make a very hard turn. Oh, he doesn't have enough health left on him. For me, unless he hits a heal. Oh, he did hit a heal. 38, okay. Level bomb the Scharnhorst, maybe? Need 7. Next there is hello, greetings from Wales. What is Wales in German? No, it is in French. Das Wales. I don't think it is. I think you're making things up. Oh no, don't go for... How did you change direction so quickly? What the hell? $41, $42, $43, $43, $44, $45. Done it. Dear Val, is it really? Or are you making things up? Wales, the country, where I live. The home of my residence. W-A-L-E-S. Not the mammal. It's called England in Germany? No, it is not. Basley, thank you. Do I know what Wales is called in Danish? No, I don't. I think the only other language I know what Wales is called in is French. Yechida. The problem with that phrase is I learned it when I knew nothing about Wales when I was a child, and so I learned to say it Yachida, but it's not Yachida. Yechida, which ruins my pronunciation. Oh, fighters everywhere. How does they still have some left? All forces in action quickly move on the B zone. The hell? How do you pronounce that, Godson? Valles? Oh, there is a Soyuz coming this way. I should probably concentrate, because this is no longer our match. That Soyuz is possibly going to spot me, so I should probably skedaddle. You know what's going. Is it really Das Valles? Oh, it's pronounced as in English. Oh, weird. Oh, really? Why? It's not like, you know, it's not like the country hasn't been around for centuries. How do you not have a name for it? That is bizarre. That's what I thought, because I did, you know, I learned German in school. I could have sworn it was something like Val something. Valesian, Val something. You know, something German sounding. No, Wales. Oh god, this enemy carrier is break. Oh, it's I've just realized who it is. Oh, well, that's a compliment if he's listening. It's a viewer. I didn't notice who it was. Well, if you are listening, you're very good at fighters. Valisish is Welsh. Yeah, I thought it was something like that. It's kind of not insulting to the Welsh, but because that's not the name of Wales in Welsh. I cannot get near any of these targets because there is constantly a fighter on top of it. Every single ship I've gone to attack, fighter. Every time. No, it doesn't need to be called something else. It's like, you know, it's just like, for example, in English, the word for France is the same as it is in French, but we pronounce it in an English fashion, right? We say France and not France. We change the vowel and we change the R. And so I would expect Wales, spelled like that, in German to be pronounced Valles, for example. It just surprises me that it's pronounced in the English way. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just surprised. Are we going to win this team, or are we going to keep throwing? Because so far, we've thrown away a fairly massive advantage, slightly clawed back the advantage, but now we're starting to throw it away again. Of course, my fighters never arrive in time. Nobody's in A zone. Why would they need to be? That player thinks that you have to be in the zone to get the points. Again with the fighters. Please kill the Donskoy. Please kill the Donskoy. Please kill the Donskoy. Minute. 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 I hope I can. Oh, there we go. Okay. So who was it who was saying the Tirpids has been talking about caps the entire time? I might have to message them afterwards and be like, do you know how the caps work? Yeah, maybe. But, like, the Cossack's been spotted the entire time down on the eye line. So the reason why I went up there was because he was coming across here. I don't think I've trapped a single... I haven't actually... I have no plane kills. None. He's killed like 3 whole squadrons. 4. Having to have a ship and a cap to get points from it. That could work as a mode, I guess. It would play kind of similarly to Arms Race. But it would be incredibly boring because it would mean that you would have to leave a ship behind in order to accrue points on a cap that, like this, where the match has moved this way. And there's basically nothing behind that line. You'd have to leave a ship here and a ship here in order to have points, and teams wouldn't do that outside of competitive. And so it wouldn't work as a random battles mode, but as a competitive mode it would work. But those players would just have to sit there and it would be incredibly boring. How do you still have fighters? You've been putting fighters down on the map, the entire map, every time I know anything for 20 minutes. How do you still have fighters available? How is this physically possible? 20 minutes. But the number of deployments. Surely that he got through them all. Surely. Enterprise. Cheetah, yeah, Cheetah. He'll turn up in chat in a minute. Unless he's, I don't know, he might be busy. You only shot down 7? Oh, maybe I didn't do quite as badly as I thought. I did, after I realized that he was just going to put fighters in front of me every single time, then I started to avoid them. Am I really mostly playing CVs? No, not normally. I'm just doing this because of the naval battles. But I do play carriers. Not as much as service ships, though. I've been doing this. So today has been a lot of carriers. And now we have 2 attempts left, but we're not doing that one. So let's try that Dutch cruiser. I could play submarines. Or I could go downstairs, get a teaspoon out of the kitchen drawer, Why have I been pinged in hobbies? And gouge my own eyes out. Oh, it's Covenant's weights. Right. Yeah. Those are the kind of ones I mean. Not exactly the same, but yeah, that kind of thing. Yeah. Cool. They look really nice as well. And they're square, so they won't roll, which is great. Because, you know, normal bar weights are essentially just little, you know, train axles. If you put them down on anything that's not completely flat, they just roll off. Right, so cruiser, judge. Why a spoon? I could use a potato peeler. And if you know the shape of my potato peeler, you'll know that that is not a good option. Actually, I'll leave the cruisers up because I need to do a British cruiser as well. Right. I hate this ship. It's not often I play it on my own without a division, so let's see how it goes. I despise it. Yeah, it's the guns I hate. I don't like the guns, and I can't do the bombs. Which is not a good combination for enjoying myself. There's one part that I can do, but they don't do. And then there's one part that do, but I can't do. It's not a good combination. We are not a good match, me and this ship. Or any of the Dutch ships, to be honest. If it has the drop bombs, not a good fit for me. Alright, like I know it. Okay. Not a great spawn. Yeah, but that was like unbelievably lucky. It was 2 submarines. It wasn't destroyers, it was 2 submarines. Oh no, sorry. Was it? Hang on, wait. No, it was 2 submarines with the destroyer, wasn't it? Was it 2 submarines with a destroyer or 2 destroyers with a submarine? I can't remember. But that was like unbelievably lucky. You know, it was 2 submarines. So it's a destroyer. Wasn't it? 2 subs with a sub, that's what it was. Yeah. It was just incredibly lucky that they were on the surface. Because they shouldn't have been. But the Tonnine's bomb drop is quite small. Like the reticle is quite tight. The reticle on this is not tight. And yet I still managed to miss everything. Which I find very frustrating because in theory, it's the same skill set as torpedoing things, which I'm very good at. But I don't seem to be able to predict people's movement with these. I just find this camera view incredibly frustrating to use. If it was top down, if it was directly 90 degrees off the water pointing downwards camera, I might be better at it. But I find this isometric camera very, very difficult to use. The same with the ASW drops. Yeah, there's no white line, that's true. Slightly different. Not that I torp the white line, but it does give you a reference. Oh, Des Moines. Oh, Des Moines. I'm going to have lots of lovely presents for you. If only I could actually see you. Flipping camera. Bullshit. Bullshit. One bomb drop? You have got to be shitting me. Even when I get it right, it doesn't work? Come on. This ship just hates me. So he's now going to back off. Can I shoot him over that? No, of course I can't. He's going to keep reversing and then he'll go forwards. When he sees the bombs come in. Here he comes. Oh, he's gonna go forward way too fast. I need to really watch this Jutland because everything has left me. Nevsky, do you have a radar? No, you've used it. Okay, so he presumably left that island to avoid that bomb drop. Let's prepare for this Jutland. And getting spotted by the Emmelman. Yeah, I can't do it, Press. Just come on, which is ridiculous. As though I get frustrated because the lead time on torpedoes is like a minute, and yeah, I can still hit shit with them. You know, this is why I find it frustrating. Because 15 seconds compared to the torpedo lead is like nothing. Oh, there's a Bourgogne in the middle. That's not good. There's a Bourgogne in the middle of the map, and I'm spotted by presumably the Hayate. Oh, Bourgogne. Those guys are leaving, which is good, I guess. I guess I'm going to go back towards the hacker, who seems to be just sitting out in the open. That's cool. Well, you can see them coming, IP, that's the thing, because you see the drop coming, and if you're an experienced player, especially in a legendary Des Moines, then you know exactly how to dodge them. Does it need a minimum detection range? I'm not sure what you mean. The planes have a detection because they're planes. But you'll see the planes coming just like any other plane. That's universal. Alright, I don't know where this Hayate is, but I'm going to risk going in front of the island. Because I need to do damage. I thought I was going to drop the shit out of that Des Moines, but I wasn't expecting it to be a flippin' Encots player. I was like, oh great, they're just going to park in that corner. I'm just going to bomb the shit out of them. Nope. It's average, whatever his face is, green gamer. Who's just like, well, fuck that. He's just left. Hi. Can I get you with some AP, maybe? Yes, I can. Okay, cool. Well, that's how it is with the SW prayer. But that's not how it is with the Dutch bomb drop for some reason. Interesting. No. You're going to do that. It's going to be painful. Hopefully that's created enough space for the... Ah, oh, you got a blind fire? Bah, that's annoying. Oh, the hat is over there. Yeah, I was about to say, hopefully that's created enough room for this shadow now. Surely that Des Moines not going to try and burn me to death. Oh, I have not got the damage. It's so annoying. I hate this ship so much. Why whenever I play a ship like this that I don't like, do I end up in a match that's literally full of COTS players, whose names I recognize? I haven't watched a COTS for like 4 years, and I'm like, oh, that's COTS player, that's COTS player, that's COTS player. Why are you still playing the game? Go and find a new game. Don't leave me alone. Get a new hobby. No, there's no RNG on the airstrike, Tommy. Sorry, chat. It's really hard for me to like the carriers. It's very hard for me to read chat while I'm playing this because I have to watch the map really carefully. Oh, I wish this had a spot of land. Yeah. Give me a sec. Come on. No, don't turn in. Or do turn in. Hey, Maine, are you gonna come into my... Yeah. Oh, you are. Hi. Hello. I have some bombs, which you could totally gonna reverse out of because everyone manages to do that somehow. I need to watch because I need to learn how to frickin' aim. I'm always amazed how people actually manage to drive out of the square unless they're completely stationary. I'm like, oh, it's gonna work. And then they somehow just drive out of it. Like, you were literally reversing. How are you now going forwards and going out of the square? How is that physically possible? Yeah, we got the damage. Thanks to the kind donation. Sound always confuses me. I can't believe at my old place for so long I thought that was one of my neighbors driving their car. Because one of my neighbors had kind of an old crappy car that would have sounded like that if if you imagined it. And for years I thought the sound that comes out of that little village was my neighbor. I'm like, why are you starting your car at like 2 in the morning? Nope, turns out it was that island. Good night, Casey. Breathe in. Okay, that wasn't too awful in the end. But holy crap. We had Tepes. They had Ruff and NCOTS and Yoho and PMSL. They're all COTS clans. I think PMSL's COTS clan. Ooh, Monday morning. Dragon Boat Racer. Yeah. Okay. All right, we have one more attempt left. That's a 55 British cruisers. British cruisers, Russian destroyers, British submarines. We have a lead of 24 now. I think they might have given up a little bit. So let's do which British cruiser? I don't even remember what an Aberdeen is. Apparently I've played it. That's a really cool camo for that ship. Short burst smoke. Oh, did I hate this? I think I hated this. Did I or did I like this? I can't remember. I genuinely can't remember. Let's do Drake for no particular reason. I normally do what's the tier 8 Drake? Cheshire. So let's do Drake.
Hydrate.
Oh, Cheshire's been buffed. Interesting. Well, I guess my dreams of sitting back and just farming stuff. Four destroyers in the sub. Oh, so it's only a slight change. I think it's pretty strong. I did. Nice. Eye in the sky. I think we're just going to sit over here and eye in the sky stuff for a bit. Our 8, 9, 10 line. That Paolo. That Paolo is, you know that Paolo is just straight down there. Straight down there, no support. Oh, maybe they're, oh, actually, maybe they're capping, which is potentially even worse. All right. Need to set fires and not die. It's gonna be challenging. There's a sub in the camp. There's a smoke. It's a buffler. Buffler. We missed the buffalo. Hey, dude. Do I have... Hang on. I do. Okay, good. What about this is going to be one of those times where I don't have priority target? Like a very, very rare instance of me not taking on a cruiser. I'm like, oh, it's okay. He's not aiming at me. Plonk. I know. Turns out he is. I was hoping I might stay unspotted then. The Manicus come up behind us. Alright, C-Bang, thank you very much for the look. Hey, Buffalo. What are you doing? Know what Ashima's doing? I'm afraid over here, Azrael, you missed it. And this is now Monday. But yes. Okay, that's gonna be America maybe going to this camp, but probably I can get in the camp. Oh man, are they just gonna... Oh no, hopefully they'll win this flank. There's a risk with this that we're just gonna win and I'm not gonna get my damage because I don't have many targets unless that Marco Polo comes back. Which with a Duncan, a Gustav, and a Yamato behind me, it's very unlikely to. And I am not gonna get the damage I need off that Mega. So my damage right now is not looking too great. Unless a bunch of these ships in the middle die. There's a Cambridge that might die, but everyone else is looking pretty healthy. Seal? You being approached by a mecha? I don't know. Oof, that end. Oh god. Yeah, I think they're just gonna lose, and I'm not gonna get the damage. Oh well, at least we're now like solidly winning. I'm spotted by the mecha. Mecha's in the cap. Mecha is coming straight for me. I'm gonna get 2,690 damage, minus whatever the Duncan gets. That was a nice bit of lag. The entire game just stopped. Frost, thank you. Come back, I need damage. Hey, you, come back here. Like, I'll even let you kill me. Just let me get a few fires on you. Well, I've got them turned off. It's possible that it's still running and it just doesn't show it to me. But I have the destruction effects completely disabled. So it shouldn't. This has been a thing for all of the last update and then this update, where the whole game, it's completely different to the normal stutter. Because the entire UI just stops. Like nothing updates. Previously, the world would continue to run, or some aspects of the world, and then some bits would, like the animated parts would like catch up. But like your ship would carry on traveling. Now the whole game just pauses. Completely different. What do I think of some overpowered tier 9 premium destroyers? Venom. I'm gonna give you some names that you can't get. Venom. Some people might say Jaeger. A lot of the ones that are springing to my mind are actually tier 8s. Harakazi, for example. Tier 9 is kind of tricky. Bar Flare. Bar Flare is a great choice. Yeah. Yeah, Bar Flare would be good. I'd have to go and filter my port. Som. Yes. Is that the one that has... What's the one that has the narrow torps? What is the one that is... Is it British, but it has the narrow torpedoes? I really like that one, whatever that one is. Yeah, and Jutland's an amazing ship. Jutland is one of my favorite destroyers. Velos. I love Velos. Yeah, that's one of my favorite tier 9s. If that is tier 9. Sorry, I need to concentrate on the game chat because I need to try and get this damage off these 4 ships and I'm not going to. Oh, you stayed there. Oh, that's bad. Run the heel. Oh, God. Oh, he missed. He aimed too low. Can I get 45? I might be able to. I've got enough points. I'm gonna risk switching to AP. Oh, I was hoping for a second front fire. I might be able to do this. If I get a good volley with this superstructure damage. Groningen? I think it's solid. I just don't like it. Hey, we did it. Nice. I think Groningen is incredibly boring. But yes, it's a solid ship for some use cases, yeah. Depends what you mean. Like we're going to end up having the same conversation that we always have, which is, what is good? What do you mean by good? What are you looking for? What kind of player are you? Which is a very different question to, which ships are OP? Which is what most people mean when they come in and ask which ships are good. So your question made it much easier. Ooh, that dispersion, you got lucky. I think we just answered that question, Taiwan. Valparaiso used to be. Whether it still is after its pretty big balance change, I don't know. It's probably on the strong side. Whether it's still OP, I don't know. I've not seen very many of them, which is probably a sign that it's not. You just don't see it anymore. I'm seeing loads more Ipirangas than I'm seeing Valps for some reason. That kind of ships. Giulio, John. Giulio Cesare. Got him. Cool. Last star completed. So when I started the stream, we were 2 points behind. And now we are probably 15 points ahead. And it's only taken 6 hours. I love how I'm still ticking like objective points because what is actually officially called? Yeah, objective points. Still sticking the objective points because I capped A. Well, that's a good question, New York. So, do I think a good CV player has more impact than a good destroyer player? I don't think so. And the reason that I don't think so is based on data. So, if you go and look at, well, so first of all, you have to agree with me that an influential player will influence the chance of their team winning or losing, and because they are the only thing that doesn't change, that influences their win rate. If you don't believe that, we can't have a conversation, because some people don't believe that. Drawing a line under that fact, if you go and look at a statistics website like WoW's Numbers, or in the old, a little while ago, Tomato, the Japanese one, and you look at the average win rates of destroyers and you look at the average win rates of carriers, you have to be really careful with the stats with ships which are difficult to obtain, because they tend to have skewed win rates. Like steel ships, for example, have very high win rates, and it's not because the ship is amazing, it's because only the better players tend to get it. And so to avoid that, if you just look at tech tree ships, and I haven't done this for a while, to be fair, but last time I did this, if you take tech tree ships, tier 10, tier 8, and you compare the tier 8 destroyers, you just get the table of tier 8 destroyers up, and you get the table of tier 8 carriers up, tech tree, you'll notice that the destroyers have a much more sort of splayed out standard distribution. The carriers are much more clumped towards 50. There's not much variation in their, not as much variation in their win rate, which suggests that those ships don't have as much influence. So I would say the destroyers have a bigger influence in general. Hey, kill switch. Right. Test ships don't count. What? What? Thanks, Templar. Why thanks, Templar? Well, because he sync dropped me once. Yeah, well, that's I knew someone would make a comment like that, Jade. So obviously, some individual players are extremely influential, but for every very influential carrier player that you can name, I can name an influential destroyer player. So obviously, that's going to be the case. But on average, I think destroyers have more influence, more positive or negative. I think a bad destroyer player is going to lead to their team losing more than a bad carrier player. Especially in some games. You're in the queue for 3 minutes, excuses. Yes, he does play very, very well. Right. So on my list of ships that we're in the middle of doing, you have a science question, go on then. Is it 35 minutes worth of science? Because I'm only allowed to talk for 10. The magic of magnets. You know what? I think about magnets a lot. Because they confuse me. It's true. I really want to sit down with a physicist and actually be like, no, but really. What's going on? I don't understand. I would love to have a conversation with a very, very, very highly qualified, experienced physicist, not just someone who does a bit of physics, like a proper physicist. Do I play CVs? You've just missed me, New York, playing a lot of CVs today. We have done Lexington, Chkalov, Immelman, Ocean, Saipan, Immelman, and Blackable. We did a lot of carriering today. You have missed it. And apparently, I've had a pretty good day. I'll take that. And when I play carriers, it tends to be for a specific reason, like I'm doing it for a mission, or I'm doing it for naval battles, or a new carrier has come out. I don't often just randomly play ships for no reason. And if I do, it's usually not carrier. You're trying to optimize the magnet strength, so I'm assuming it's not a just a rock magnet. I don't know what the word is. A static magnet? Is it an electromagnet? You know distance is inverse square law, but does shape matter? What type of magnet is it? Must be an electromagnet, right? What do you mean? What do you mean by optimize the strength? What do you mean? It's a static magnet. I want it to hold a print. How are you going to change the shape? Are you going to, like, cut it up? Square versus circular. Depth? Well, I would guess for a magnet, for a static magnet, if you of uniform, material, I would guess any volume reduction is going to reduce the strength of the field. Because the amount of magnet behind the magnet is less. Like the same way that if you removed the core of the Earth, the gravity would decrease. But like the shape of the field is not directly determined by the shape of the magnet. It's determined by the alignment of the ion in the magnet. So you'd want it's not really about the strength, it's more about getting the thing you're trying to stick to it as close as possible. That's the shape aspect, I would guess. And so if you have like two rounded surfaces, like a rounded magnet surface and a rounded metal surface, that's not going to work very well. Whereas if you have a flat metal surface and a flat magnet, which is why like fridge magnets are flat, I guess that would work better because then more stuff is closer to the magnet. Yeah, I see what you mean. So it is like if you have the same volume, is it better to be a tall cylinder, a tall skinny cylinder, or is it better to be a very thin, very wide cylinder? I think the latter, right? Because then there's more magnetic material closer to the thing you're trying to stick to. Because because of inverse square law, as you go further away from the sticking surface, that stuff at the back of the cylinder, if you imagine like a Pringles tube sized magnet compared to a weightlifting plate sized magnet, similar volume, right? Same volume. If you imagine those two scenarios, the material that's at the bottom of the Pringles tube, the opposite end of the thing you're trying to stick to, doesn't have much influence over the thing you're trying to stick to because it's further away. Whereas, yeah, it's not really to do with surface area temporarily. It's more to do with proximity, right? It's the amount of volume of magnet proximal to the thing that you're trying to stick to. It's not really a surface. It appears to be a surface area problem, but it's not really. It's more of a volume proximity thing. It's how much magnet material is close to the metal that you're trying to stick to, or the other magnet you're trying to stick to, I would guess. And so I would say flat is better than tall. That would be my intuition. Answer the WoW's question. Is it worth getting Enterprise? Yes. Kaga is also good. They are both good. They are both strong. They are both good. I like both of them. Get both. They're both very different, but they're both very good. You need to be more skillful to play the Enterprise. Enterprise requires a lot more skill. Kaga is better for beginners because Kaga allows you to make a lot of mistakes because it has very, very forgiving plane reserves. And so you can just throw planes at stuff the whole match and you can lose lots and lots of planes and it doesn't really matter until right at the end of the match if you keep losing lots of planes. Whereas Enterprise is complete opposite. If you play Enterprise, you need to make sure you're preserving your planes because it doesn't have that same survivability. And if you get deplaned, you will be sad. Because Enterprise's thing is its bombs. And if you get deplaned on your bombs because you fly into flak on the first couple of drops, you will be sad. Kaga is, if you have like a dockyard mission to do for carriers that's like torp hits or number of fires and floods or fire and flood damage, Kaga is a great one to do if you want to go for that. Because you could just keep throwing armaments at stuff all day and it doesn't matter. A smaller magnet closer to metal is better than a larger but further because of inverse square. I've got to see at some point there's going to be a crossover depending on the size, right? But yes, because it's a square law, proximity is going to a bit like mass and velocity and force. The acceleration massively outweighs the mass. And so, because it's a square law, distance is going to massively outweigh the volume. Would be my guess. If only we had lots of physicists in the community. Unfortunately, I don't think any of them are here right now. Because I have a question to ask a physicist at some point. Because I cannot find a good answer for it. Do you want to know what the question? Do you want to know what the question is? Because it's a really good question. And you're all going to try and answer it, and I don't think anyone's going to be able to answer it satisfactorily. The question is this. Imagine one of those like business fidget toys that you get on executive desks that is something being held up by a magnet. There's lots of different kinds. when I was a kid, the really popular ones, and I had one of these on my desk, was a floating pen. So you have a little ink pen, and it's floating in midair in a little frame. And there's magnets in the pen, there's magnets in the frame, and it's just floating there. Really cool. And these days you can get all sorts. Like I saw one recently that was a floating globe, and so it's a globe of Earth or the moon or whatever, and it's just sitting there. Are you actually a physicist? How good of a physicist are you? Are you just like, I do a bit of physics? Or are you actually like a published nuclear physicist kind of physicist? How physicsy are you? Because I want to have this conversation with a proper pucker published professor type physicist. Not, oh, I did it in school. Amazing, right. I hope you know about magnets. So, in that, let me snooze these ads. So, in this situation where something is suspended by a magnet, so we're not talking about electromagnets. We're talking about static magnets that don't have any energy being put into the system, right? So there's no electricity going in. It's just two rock type magnets, like neodymium type magnets. And something is being suspended in midair. And so there's complete space. It's not touching. It's just a magnetic field holding it up. No, Wix, that's not the question. So if I put that system on a weighing plate, and I put let's use the pen example. So I put the stand for the pen on a set of scales. And then I take the pen and I put the pen into the stand so that it floats. It will weigh the whole system, right? So that the force from the pen being accelerated by gravity downwards is measured by the scale, because the magnetic field is feeling that gravitational acceleration. And it pushes downwards on the supporting stand, which then pushes on the scale. And so if the stand plus the pen weighs 100 grams, you'll measure 100 grams. If you take the pen off and put it beside the stand, it will measure 100 grams. And so it's as if the pen is sitting on the stand directly. But it's not. If I try to hold a pen up in the air, like this takes energy. I have to apply energy through my muscles to hold this pen up in the air. And if I stop doing that, it will accelerate downwards. And the effect is obviously more obvious with a heavy weight than something heavy. Why is it, and it's obviously the case, that there is no energy going into that first system? It will just stay there forever, essentially. Maybe not literally, but essentially. Why is it that it takes me energy to hold this up in the air, but the magnet gets it for free? No, it's nothing to do with the weight. Well, the only reason I introduced the weight was to establish the fact that the pen floating in midair above the stand is exactly the same as the pen without any magnets just sitting on the stand, right? It's like they're physically connected. Yeah. Why is it that the two magnet system, which allows an air gap, doesn't need any energy in order to do that when I have to expend energy to hold this pen in midair? Why is that? That's the question. Because your body has expired energy? Yeah, I'm slightly ignoring that, Templar, but yeah, if that wasn't the case, I certainly over short periods of time, I have to expend a lot of energy, and the magnets aren't losing any power. I'm not a magnet. Yeah. But why? So why? But the okay. Another way of asking the question. If I make two pen stand arrangements, and one of them has the magnets, and the other one doesn't have the magnets, but they weigh the same. So I work that out. Actually, the weight is irrelevant. I take two of these things, I take the magnets out of one of them so it doesn't float. The pen is higher up in the magnet system and it's floating in midair. So that system has more potential energy than the other system where the pen is just sitting on the stand. Why is that allowed? Is it because I had to expend energy to put the pen in midair? And then it just stays the same? I guess that's the answer, right? Because I had to use my energy to lift the pen up. But this is the point I always get to with this line of questioning. And I'm like, yeah, but no. Because it's so counterintuitive. Where is the energy come? And I know this is almost like a nonsensical question, but it's just like an intuitive paradox almost. Where is the energy coming from to hold that pen up in midair? Because anywhere else in my experience as a human living within a gravitational field, of course, things that are in midair fall down. And in order to stay in midair, it requires a constant input of energy. Me holding something up, a bird flying in the sky and hovering, a plane, a helicopter, they all require some kind of constant input of energy. So why does the magnet get it for free? And this drives me crazy. Because when I think I've got the answer, I'm like, hang on, but have I got the answer? Why does the magnet, how is the magnet allowed to, so another way of thinking about it, gravity is accelerating that pen downwards, which means that the magnet is accelerating the pen upwards constantly. Where does that energy come from? And this is usually the question that doesn't get an answer. Because the planet is definitely accelerating the pen, which means that in order for the pen to stay still, the magnet is definitely accelerating the pen equal and opposite to that. So where does that energy come from? I would love to get a proper pucker physics answer to that question. Because this is usually where the questioning comes from. Like, I'll get a bunch of people together who know a little bit about physics. Like maybe they have a degree. And we'll get to exactly this point with the same series of questions, the same series of answers. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's really cool, but... And I've never had a satisfactory answer to that. And I have asked like solar physicists, nuclear physicists, and I have never had a satisfactory answer. And they all go away going like, huh, yeah, that's a good question. What does that mean though, Yak? It's built into the magnetic. What does that mean? Because the problem is, I think the answer to this question goes into things like quantum asymmetries. It goes into what's it called? Oh man, what's the word for it? I can't remember the word for it. The relationship between different forces. Oh, feck. I want to say asymmetry. Is that the right word? I think that's the right word. Can't remember. But yes, I think the answer to the question is like deep quantum physics, essentially. And so the answer to this is why I want to speak to like a proper pucker physicist so they can explain it in proper pucker physics terms, because I think there isn't an answer in English. It's you can't answer, you can't have a colloquial, oh, it's just this, because it's never going to make sense like that. And if the answer is, well, that's just how the maths is, then that's, that's just physics. It's how yeah, but it's not the magnetic field that's accelerating the pen downwards. It's the gravitational field. The Earth's magnetic field is having almost no effect on that object because it's so weak. Just John, that's not a satisfactory answer. Because you need to answer, why is the magnetic field accelerating the pen upwards at 9 point whatever meters per second squared? Why? How is it able to do that for free? But then you can kind of ask the question, why is the planet able to accelerate everything downwards for free? Which is, the opposite side of the same question. That's the bit I want to talk about. And no one I've ever talked to has had the physics knowledge to be able to answer that question. Oh, I've asked Digger. I have asked all of the major, and not recently, but in the last few months. This is something that I have been thinking about since I was a student. Seriously, this is a question I have been trying to answer for the last 25 years. And I have known some very, very clever people over the years. And I have never managed to get to the end of it. Because I don't think there is an end of it. Because I don't think we know. I think this is one of those areas of physics where we just don't really quite understand how it works. Because we don't have a quantum theory of gravity. And unfortunately, I think the answer might be in string theory somewhere. Eventually. Maybe it isn't free energy, yeah, maybe. So if the magnetic field doesn't accelerate anything upwards, the pen would fall. So it must be. That's just basic physics. Yeah, but Enigma, that's a bit like saying it doesn't fall because the magnet's pushing it up, which is, yeah, cool, but why? That's a bit like saying it is because it is. It doesn't fall because it's not falling, And that's the answer I usually get out of AI. It just explains magnetism to me, which it doesn't help. The question is more like, but why is the magnet? Which is a bit like asking, but why is gravity? Which we don't have an answer for. Which might be part of the problem. This is why I'm interested in the asymmetry. Because the fact that we don't know that answer to that question about gravity is probably the same reason we don't know the answer about magnetism. Because we don't know why gravity does that. We haven't figured that out yet. We haven't figured out where that comes from. We think maybe it's gravitons, but we don't know because we've never seen them. Yeah, but that's not the question I'm asking you anyway. The question I'm asking is not what's the mechanism. Why is it free? Yeah, first of all, is it free? And second, if it is free, why is it free? That's the question. Because there's no energy being put into that system. Why is it free? And as far as I'm aware, physics doesn't know the answer to that question, and it's driving me insane. Because I have been literally thinking about this for the last 25 years. Like, I'll just stop occasionally, and my mind will wander off, and it will go to that question. Are magnetism and gravity the same? No. Yeah, it's got to be something like that, Wix. Yeah, it's got to be something like that. And because you could probably make the same argument for gravity, right? But because we don't really have a properly formed theory of that, that's probably why we can't answer it. Because the physics and the maths of the asymmetry of those two forces would probably allow us to answer that question. Because we can do that for some other pairs of forces, but for gravity, we don't know. But why are they in equilibrium? Like, all of these questions just come back to the same, but why? And it's that but why that I don't think we, humans have the answer to. So no offense, chat, but I don't think any of you are qualified to answer that question because I don't think anyone on Earth is qualified to answer that question. Yeah, but that's the same. It's the same as the other answer. That's just the same as saying it doesn't fall because it doesn't fall. When it boils down to it, it stays there because it stays there. And you can probably ask similar questions about the strong force and the weak force. The mini steam engine hooked up to a generator hooked into a light. When you switch on the steam engine slows down. Hang on, wait, so what's the arrangement? So you have a little toy traction engine, presumably burning fuel, yeah? And so that's mechanically driving a generator. The generator is producing electricity. Oh, I see what you're going. And so there's a circuit going from the generator around to a light and back again. And when you turn the light on, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, the steam engine slows down because it's got to push the electricity, essentially, yeah. That's really cool. Oh, yeah, clear wax, totally, yeah. I mean, like, the reason that I've studied so much science in my life is exactly that, because I'm like, but why? I was one of those children. But why? But why, though? but why? And it's just happenstance, really, that I didn't end up doing a PhD. I nearly did a PhD. I applied to do a PhD. I ended up not doing it. And it's something that I think about quite regularly. Should I go back and do a PhD? Could do. Nothing's stopping me, really. But yeah, Veritasium has some very good videos. I think I have watched a Veritasium video that's very similar to this, but it didn't quite satisfy me with the answer. Yeah, but I have seen that video. He has an excellent video about, it's quite old now, I think. There's a brain-bending video that he did about rainbows for his son. So he literally made it for his son because his son asked him a question. And it led him down a path of like research and maths and stuff, thinking about this. And I think he said he was the first person to kind of do this maths for rainbows. And it led him down a complete rabbit hole. It's super, super interesting. Because the video is basically him documenting his journey of researching what happens with the refraction and the internally within the raindrops and all this kind of stuff. It's very, very cool. Yeah, physics. But yeah, I often think about like, okay, if I do go back and do a PhD, what would I do? I don't know. I have no idea what even topic I would do. No, a magnetic field does not have an edge that we know of. No. The question is, though, if reality is quantum, it's very similar to the Democritus argument about atoms, right? Can you slice a stick of butter to a point where you can't divide it anymore? That was the original question. And that's how Democritus decided that things must be atomic, although he didn't mean atoms as we mean now. So you can ask the same question of reality. If reality is quantum, can you divide reality infinitely, or do you reach a point where you can't divide it anymore? It's the questions that quantum physics and string theory are trying to, or string hypothesis are trying to answer. And the more the physicists look into it, the more quantum things appear, and the more it does look like there is a fundamental point at which you reach where you can't divide it anymore. It just becomes probability and numbers and quanta. So, and this is another thing that I think about quite a lot, with fields, with the inverse square law particularly, so gravity, EM, that field that's spreading out, so you have a magnet, and it's creating a magnetic field that spreads out under the inverse square law. It just gets weaker and weaker and weaker and weaker, but in theory it's infinite. Is it though? Or does it get so weak that it butts up against the quantum nature of the universe and stops? Because if ultimately fields are excitations in a quantum field, that's not infinite. It's not analog. Which means they can't be infinite. Dun, dun, dun. Right. Screw playing Tashkent. Physics. Every flipping night. Yeah, did you see? Hopefully, I have infected some of you with this question. And maybe in a few months or years' time, one of you will have managed to have a conversation with like some crazy super physicist who will like Mikio Kaku, whatever his name is, or someone like that. And he's like, yeah, this is the answer. Here's the maths. You're not going to understand it, but just trust me, that's the answer. And you'll come back and go like, here's stats. Here's the answer. Mikio says hi. So hopefully I've infected some of you with that thought, and you'll go away and be like, yeah, I've got it. Oh, no, I haven't got it. But what about this thing? But why though? But Kilratha, no, it's not like that. Because if you like, so that's a good analogy, and it is an analogy, but it's a good analogy. Because if you have a radioactive substance that is decaying, there are a fixed number of atoms in that substance which are decaying. And so, yes, the average half-life of a whole bunch of this material will appear to be an infinitely declining slope. It's like half. But it can't be infinite. Because eventually you'll get down to a point where there is only one atom that can decay. And once that one atom has decayed, the line stops. And it's what I'm talking about is the same. So a half-life of a particular sample cannot decrease by definition. It cannot decrease infinitely, because you will get down to the last atom at some point. And it could be if it's a material that has a half-life that's crazy long, then that could be like trillions of years. But some radioactive substances are extremely quick. And so you can test, you could test that in a lab. You could actually take a very small sample of a very fast decaying thing and watch it go donk, and just stop. And if you had, the right equipment, you might be able to do it with literally like just, I'll take 10 atoms or whatever. You could probably do that experiment. And you can actually watch them individually decay, because we have technology now that could do that. So yeah, it's interesting stuff. Hawking, yeah, I read something recently about Hawking radiation. Which physicist was it? It was a physicist that I know the name of. I think it was I can't remember her name. There's been some movement recently with Hawking radiation, and there's a whole bunch of physicists now that think that he was quite wrong. And that Hawking radiation actually doesn't quite work how Hawking thought it worked, even though they're going to continue calling it Hawking radiation. But I forget what the implications of this theory are. It's to do with whether information can be retrieved or not. I think because Hawking would have said, no, that information is gone. Anything that falls into a black hole, that information is gone. But some new mass that's come out suggests that that is not the case. And that with a sufficient amount of energy, you could put that information back together again. Which is interesting. Thanks, Neo. Yeah. Right. We are donezo. I'll be back on Tuesday. It's not impossible there might be a stream of some kind tomorrow now that I'm fiddling with all this stuff. Because I still need to make some sauerkraut. Let's go somewhere. YouTube, I will end your stream shortly before I figure out this Twitch raid. Please prepare yourselves for the end. Yep, we're gonna go over there. All right.
Until next time.